A beautiful warm day in St. Louis for the first game of this 3-game series between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros. The Astros had lost 7 straight to this club and overall in the season series until the 4-game split in Houston 10 days ago to move the overall record to 2 wins and 8 defeats for Houston, the division leading Astros, a game and a half up on the Cardinals, led by Terry Collins. In his 3rd year, 2 second-place finishes for Collins directing the Astros. And here is his lineup. The GMC Sierra starting lineup for the Astros. Brian Hunter leads off with Craig Biggio hitting 2nd. Bagwell in the 3rd spot. Bell the cleanup man. Sean Barry at 3rd. Mouton, Gutierrez, Manwaring, and Kile rounding out the lineup for Houston. They'll face Donovan Osborne.
Well, Donovan Osborne is a healthy Donovan Osborne. Way back in spring training, you got to remember he was coming off an elbow problem last year and then finds himself in a car accident. So at this point in the season, I think we're going to look at Donovan Osborne as healthy as we're going to get. He's strong, so he's just really pitched outstanding, especially against Houston.
The Cardinals traditionally have been a strong defensive ball club, and there's the veteran Ozzie Smith at short.
Yeah, you're right. You're looking at a guy with 13 Gold Gloves. You got Willie McGee out there in left field. I mean, you look back at the great Cardinal teams of the 80s with McGee and Smith and Coleman. You got 2 of them out there today, but the big surprise, I think, for the Cardinals this year has been Gary Gaetti with only, well, I mean, not only, but a good fielding percentage of .972 with only 8 errors this year. He has really been the surprise defensively for the Cardinals.
We are set to play baseball as Brian Hunter, the 25-year-old center fielder, steps in for Houston. The Astros 74 and 64 overall. They're coming in here off a defeat at the hands of Pittsburgh 9-5. The Cardinals knocked off Colorado yesterday, coming back to win 15-6. And so Hunter steps in to face Osborne. Osborne has beaten the Astros 3 times already this year without a loss. And the first pitch of the ball game is upstairs, ball 1. So this game underway in St. Louis. 84 degrees. A ball and a strike. There's the breakout of Osborne against the Astros this year.
And not much of a surprise to Wayne, because the Houston Astros have really had their problems against left-handed pitching.
There's a base hit that's going to fall in front of McGee and left. So Hunter is aboard. It's amazing when you look at this ball club, this Houston club, Andy, with all the right-handed power, the right-handed offense they have, and the way they've struggled against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you got to remember, though, when you have a left-handed pitcher on a staff, he's usually one of your top pitchers. So it's not unusual for a club that has right-handed hitting and the kind of right-handed hitting that the Houston Astros have to fall into a 4-game under 500 situation, is which this club has had against left-handed pitching.
And I think that fellow right there, Brian Hunter, who's aboard, is a real key. His on-base percentage is only .302. He's walked only 14 times this year. He's aboard to start this game, and Craig Biggio steps in.
And it really has been a problem for Houston, like the Cardinals, who have not had leadoff production, but when they have gotten it, when Houston has scored a run from their leadoff guy, they've had a 55-18 record. So you can see how important a leadoff guy is, really, for any ball club.
A 1-strike count on Biggio, the all-star second baseman again this year. Osborne a little close with this pitch. 1-1 the count to Biggio. Now 30 years old. Houston with Biggio and Bagwell back-to-back. They've got a couple of gamers right there. They show up to play every day, regardless of the injuries, nagging or otherwise. There goes the runner, and a ground ball headed to short. Smith will go to first. The Astros start Hunter and stay away from a potential double play.
And you can see right there, just the way Ozzie Smith went ahead and played that ground ball, that he has made an adjustment later here in his career. He has had some, we talked about Ron Gant and his problems with his left shoulder having a tear. Ozzie Smith actually played a lot of years here in St. Louis with a torn rotator cuff and finally had it fixed a couple of years ago. Obviously not throwing like he did in years past, but you can see right there, still has great release and quick hands to get the ball over to first.
So Hunter moves into second for Jeff Bagwell. Bagwell with 105 runs batted in. And the pitch is too low, ball one. We talked about the Cardinals dominating the middle part of the Houston order. And Donovan Osborne in his 3 wins has continued that throughout his career. One on, one out. That moves the count to a ball and a strike.
Well, if you threw everything in a computer, you can tell that, I mean, sometimes you just can't figure out why. And right here we can see it, Osborne. This is a little changeup that he's got going down away from him. And that's going to be the key to keep these big right-handed hitters off stride of the Houston Astros. And that, the only way he's going to be able to do is establish his fastball. And that is, I think, going to be the key today for Osborne, to be able to establish his fastball in, work it away, and keep that changeup down away from the right-handed hitters. And with a 3-0 record this year, he's done a pretty good job of doing it.
Osborne 4 and 6 last year, coming back from the shoulder surgery and elbow problems. 11 and 8 this year. Leads the team in earned run average. Bagwell drives it into left. McGee is there, broke back. Now he comes in and misplays the ball. Here comes Hunter in to score. Bagwell will move into second. And McGee was fooled by that ball out there in left.
And it's not unusual to see an outfielder get fooled on a full swing with a ball hit off the end of the bat, especially when you got your big guys at the plate. Houston, you got Bagwell and you got Bell. When these guys take a big cut, now take a look at this big cut. He just happens to hit it off the end of the bat. When you play the outfield, when a big guy takes a big cut, your first thing you do is you break back, and that's what happened to Willie McGee on that play.
Bagwell will get credit for the run batted in. That's 106 for the Houston first baseman. And here's Derek Bell. Bell takes it down and in. Bell already with 106 runs batted in. Tied for 7th in the National League in that department. 2-0 the count. Terry Collins' club is 3rd in the National League in runs scored this year, behind Colorado and San Diego. They haven't done much against the Cardinals offensively.
Well, when you look at this Houston club, the thing that they do very well is they walk. They get on base. They're a club that doesn't hit a lot of home runs, so they have a high on-base percentage, and they've really been the key for the Houston Astros this year. With the high average and with the walks, it only usually takes a couple singles, and you find yourself with a lead.
Yeah, they're 2nd in the league in on-base percentage, and will play an aggressive style of baseball on the bases. Houston with the run home.
And right there, like we said, they're 13th in the National League in home runs, but they're 4th in the runs game, and that's the most important stat. It's not the home run stat.
Ground ball headed to short. Smith to his left. The first to Mabry for the out, and Bagwell advances to 3rd. 2 gone as Derek Bell is out short the first.
Again, we talked about how smooth Ozzie Smith is, and you can see right here, doesn't have the great arm he had when he first came up in the big leagues with San Diego, but he's still got a great release and quick hands, and usually you find it right there, shoulder high. Perfect throw again from Ozzie.
Now Sean Berry, the 3rd baseman. Berry spending his first year in a Houston uniform over from Montreal. It's too low, ball 1. Berry last year with the Expos hit .318. And that's a fair ball up the left field line. Bagwell scores. Berry heads for 2 as McGee digs it out of the corner. The 83rd run batted in for Berry on his 36th double of the year, and Houston takes a 2-0 lead.
You said a few minutes ago, Dwayne, about gamers. They got some gamers in this Houston lineup, and this is one of them. We talked about torn rotator 3 times today, and we're looking at a guy with a torn rotator himself. And that's why he has the number of errors he has this year, and it's with his right shoulder, but still is able to get the head of the bat out. And that's really been his problem since he's torn that shoulder. He's not been able to get the head of the bat out, but he does a nice job right there.
So a couple of doubles following the leadoff single. The Astros have 2 runs as James Mouton swings through this one, strike 1. Mouton in left field today, starting at 262. A ball and a strike to count to Mouton. Looking on after seeing his club dominate through the early stages of this season series. 2-1. The Astros and the Cardinals head to head for a 3-game series here in St. Louis. Houston will be sending 27-year-old right-hander Darryl Kile. He'll be going to the mound against the Cardinals. 3 balls and a strike.
You were talking about the dominance of the Cardinals over the Astros, and when you have 2 teams that are really statistically as equal as these 2 clubs, it's just very difficult to go ahead and dominate a team like Houston over the course of the season. And I think, talking with Tony before the game, he said he was very fortunate to find himself with an 8-2 record against a good ball club like Houston.
Foul ball. That'll run the count to 3-2.
And he knows his club has had a chance to play better against the Cardinals too. And he was talking about this is a ball club he has that he's very proud of, and they have been a ball club that's come behind it really a lot in the last couple of weeks. He's got a bunch of gamers, and he says he's really had no problems with any of his players all year, and that's a good and very nice comfort for a manager to have.
Full count to the hitter Mouton. And a base hit to the right side, charged by Jordan. Berry's on his way to the plate. The throw will not be in time, and it's 3-0 Houston. Mouton sends one through the right side of the infield to drive home the run.
And it was really a nice piece of hitting by Mouton. He finds himself not trying to pull the ball. And this is the key. Now take a look at where the location is on this pitch. It's away, and if he tries to pull that ball, he's going to be out. But he does a nice job. Ball's up, takes it the other way, and he doesn't hit it very hard, and that's why Jordan didn't have a play at home plate.
So the Astros, who were shut out in the opening game of that series in Houston, 1-0, shut out by Osborne, and 3 runs home here in the first. Stop Ricky Gutierrez. Gutierrez, 26 years old, and part-time play last year, 276. Performed well in that role again this year. Mouton back in. Mouton, like a lot of these Astro hitters, is capable of stealing a base up and down their lineup.
They have a complete package when it comes to a ball club, except for the home run department. High on base percentage, can steal, so they can put pressure on the defense. And you can see right there, Osborne is a little concerned about them. Not only can they steal bases, they have a high percentage, and I think that's what's key. It's the fact that when they go ahead and attempt a stolen base, they have a very high success rate. And knowing that, it puts pressure on the defense.
Osborne again over there. He has yet to make a pitch to the hitter Gutierrez.
And Osborne doesn't have a great move, so he understands that. Mouton understands that, so we might find Mouton find himself in a running situation right here.
First pitch, the fastball is up, ball 1.
And that's the thing right there. As a hitter, Gutierrez understands that. Understands that Osborne doesn't have a good move. Mouton with the potential of stealing. He can really sit on a lot of fastballs in this series facing Osborne. He doesn't really have to look for anything off speed.
And a big cut. Gutierrez failed to connect, and the count is 1-1.
This is an awful big swing from a guy who only has 1 home run this year, but being young and being early in the part of the day, maybe he feels like he has a chance of hitting it out.
And he twisted something. Dave Lavoisier, the trainer, is out to take a look at him, along with Terry Collins. One of the few times you'll see somebody injure himself while swinging in the batter's box. But you're right, Andy. He took a big cut.
I mean, I can understand a guy like Dave Justice separating the shoulder, taking a big cut on a changeup, but a guy who only has 1 home run. You know, one of the things that your manager wants you to do when you show up to the ballpark is play with. You hear that old saying, play within yourself, play within yourself. And
well, you do what you can do.
Right. And, you know, Gutierrez is not capable of hitting a ball at the ballpark, so, you know, it was ill-advised to take a big swing like that. And there's a guy who can take a big swing. Ron Gant.
But not today. Gant not in the lineup. Gutierrez is all right. And the count is 1-1. Another toss to first on Mouton, who does have 20 steals. The Astros have swiped 161 bases this year. 3 runs home in the first for Houston. Upstairs for ball 2, and it's 2-1.
And it has been upstairs for Donovan Osborne here at the top of the first. That is not a good indication for success. He really has to make sure that he keeps his changeup down, his breaking ball down, and occasionally throw a forcing fastball up. But I mean, he's been missing this inning. It's been up.
The 2-1. Gutierrez swings through another one. The count is 2-2. Hunter opened with a base hit and scored a run. He was doubled home by Bagwell. Bagwell scored on the double by Sean Berry. And Mouton's base hit to right scored Berry. Now a 2-2 count. This one up out of the strike zone as Gutierrez fouled it away.
Well, Tom Pagnozzi, being the veteran that he is and a crafty one at that, understands that Gutierrez is not really caught up to a fastball right there. He has swung through 2 of them, hurt himself on one of the swings, so don't be surprised if he gets just a bucket full of fastballs the rest of this at bat.
Gutierrez, the 7th hitter to bat here in the first. At 2-2 again, and he is out on strikes. That will retire the side. The Astros come up with 3. Ozzie Smith will open the Cardinal first.
Oh, no, it's back.
Prescription strength Desenex knows how bad athlete's foot can get. Knows about the burning, the itching, the cracking.
It can feel like a soldering iron between your toes.
Now is the time to hit it with strong medicine.
Before it gets really bad.
Prescription strength Desenex has the same medicine that doctors prescribe again and again. Because nothing you can buy works better to cure athlete's foot.
Nothing.
Prescription strength Desenex. Because prescription strength is strong medicine.
I've cut it 3 times a week, but never too low. I've watered it, I've fed it, I've talked to it. Careers will be made on it. It does not fear the occasional weed or the suicide squeeze. They will spit on it, but they will wear it home. This is my yard, and you can play on it if you're good enough.
True Value, a proud sponsor of Major League Baseball and yards everywhere.
Johnny LaRusse's Chargers 3 runs down as they come into hit in the bottom of the first inning. LaRusse's Cardinals 72-65. They have been very successful inside the Central Division, and they're playing the Central Division leading Astros today. Here's the Cardinal lineup. Ozzie Smith leading off. Langford, McGee, Jordan, Mabry, Gaetti, Pagnozzi, Alicea, and Osborne. The GMC Sierra starting lineup for St. Louis.
Darryl Kile takes him out with a 10-8 run win and lost and with an ERA of 4.17, but the key for him, you can see right there that he has a lot of strikeouts this year and a 2-to-1 ratio, strikeouts to walks. And again, he needs his control. He needs to make sure that he gets his fastball on the strike zone, establish that first, and if he does that, his breaking stuff will complement that fastball.
And here is Ozzie Smith, the Wizard, to lead it off. Dividing time at shortstop. And leading off today. The pitch is upstairs, ball one. Ozzie hitting .286. He has a home run, 13 runs batted in. And rifles this one foul up the right side. The count is 1-1.
Yeah, even at the age of 41, still can turn on a fastball, and that has really been his success this year. He's healthy, at least in his shoulders. He had some problems in his shoulders in years past, but the one thing that he does have is strength in his shoulders, and that's an indication right there of what kind of strength he has. Still able to pull the fastball.
The Cardinals have a .600 winning percentage in the games he started this year. They're 24-16. As he winds up dividing time with Royce Clayton at shortstop, and there's the breakout. Statistically, a dead heat.
It is a dead heat, but the one thing that really has lacked from both of those guys is run production, and it really hasn't mattered who's played short this year. They have really, both of them have played good defense, but they haven't been able to produce a lot of runs for the Cardinals.
There's a base hit into right center field. Hunter's going to have to chase it down. Smith will go for two, and the throw is not in time. A double for Ozzie Smith. That's his 7th double of the year.
And they still love him here in St. Louis. And again, we talked about he's able to hit a fastball, and you really do have to throw fastballs against him because you still don't think he can get to him. But you can see right there, with that kind of location, doesn't matter if you're 41 or 21, you're throwing a ball in the wrong location.
Now Ray Lankford, who beat Kile in Houston with his home run. Lankford has hit 21 of those this year and has 78 runs driven home. The pitch from Kile is wide, ball one. The Astros have hung with Kile through thick and thin. He's had some great moments and he's had some problem moments in Houston. He's one of those guys, when he's in that groove, he's tough. But if he doesn't find the groove, it's another story. The bunt by Lankford. Kile bobbles it. The low toss, but Bagwell scoops it. And Smith goes to third.
Well, in that situation, and I think he was bunting for a base hit more than trying to move the runner over. And the scouting report on Kile is he's limping a little bit. His legs aren't quite healthy, so he probably figures he can get a ball by him. But the one thing he doesn't do is he doesn't really get the bat out in front of him far enough to get it by the pitcher. And that's, when you talk about great bunters, Brett Butler, that's what he does better than anybody in the National League. He bunts the ball by the pitcher to at least give himself a chance to reach first base and make the second baseman field the ball.
Here's Willie McGee. McGee playing left field in the absence of Ron Gant. Manwaring goes out to have a quick word with his big right-hander, Kile. Smith has doubled, moved to third on the bunt by Lankford. McGee now 37 years old and back with the Cardinals. He had some great moments here early in his career with St. Louis, and the St. Louis fans, always loyal, remember those moments. Yeah, and
Opening day here in St. Louis, he got the biggest ovation of any player on the Cardinal roster and was so taken by it that after they made the introduction of the ball club, he had to go down to almost in the hallway, and he sat there for 5 minutes and almost broke out. And for a guy like Willie McGee, who doesn't show a lot of emotion, you can see what kind of impact they had on him. They love him here in St. Louis.
He was out in front of the first pitch, an off-speed pitch from Darryl Kile. One strike to count. 0-2.
And when you're a player in St. Louis, obviously they're going to love you if you perform well on the field, but they love Willie McGee beyond just being a baseball player. They know what kind of guy. You can see right there his numbers from 1985. An amazing 74 infield hits that year with great speed and put pressure on defense. But these fans in St. Louis, part of the equation being a player is what kind of person you are, and that's why they love Willie McGee here in St. Louis.
And a tap foul picked up by Jordan in the on-deck circle. Well, effort has almost as much to do with the equation as ability in regard to how the fans react to you here in St. Louis and in most cities, but it would seem more so in St. Louis.
Yeah,
they appreciate the effort.
Absolutely, Dwayne. I mean, even though he misplayed that ball in left field at the top of the first, he came to the plate. Nobody booed. Everybody gave him a nice applause, so they just understand what kind of effort and what kind of person Willie McGee is. And they also know he's a sensitive guy, so maybe they don't want to boo him.
He slaps it into left. That's in there for a base hit. Ozzie Smith will score, and McGee comes back driving in the run. It's 3-1. Well, he wasn't too sensitive to think about the misplay in the top half of the inning. He comes back and hits the 0-2 pitch the other way and drives home a run.
And this is the thing about Willie McGee. He can look so bad on one pitch, come back and just get a base hit on another. And when you talk about Smith and McGee, this is something that's happened a lot here in St. Louis.
Ozzie Smith has the first Cardinal run. 3-1 Houston. And here's Brian Jordan. Jordan jammed and hits a fly ball into right. That's going to fall for a base hit. Bell with the pickup, and McGee goes to third to throw back to first by Bagwell and all the way down the line to the plate. Jordan was jammed, but he comes up with a base hit out of that. Well, the Cardinals have something going in the bottom of the first inning, fighting right back against Kile.
You know, if you hit 8 and you're not a big guy, that's probably an out. But Jordan, extremely strong, ex-football player, tough guy, gets jammed, and that's the one thing that you'll see a lot of happen to big hitters, because the outfield has to play so deep. A lot of balls that they get jammed on will fall in.
There's John Mabry. Mabry hitting .299. And a big cut as he comes up empty. Strike one. Jordan at first. McGee aboard across the diamond at third base. Houston scored 3 in the first. St. Louis back with a run in the bottom of the first. Mabry with a bouncing ball. Biggio to second one and back to first. They get the double play. It goes 4-6-3. Biggio, Gutierrez to Bagwell. And the Cardinals will settle for the single run in the first. The double play getting Houston out of the jam.
In the never-ending search for new customers, you have to be prepared. You can waste a lot of advertising dollars and not know who you're reaching. But with local cable advertising, you can select areas where your customers live and channels they're watching. Get on target with Metro-Base cable advertising.
It may not look like it, but you're watching the future of the Earth pass by, because many of these products are made from materials you've been recycling. But to keep recycling working, you need to buy products that say, made from recycled materials. For all those next in line, it would mean the world to them.
Of your favorite sports action. With ESPN Net to Go, Motorola's new sports receiver. Score updates every 5 minutes, plus ESPN's breaking news and info. Carry NFL, NBA, NHL, baseball, and college action wherever you go. Be in the know when you're on the go.
At the end of an inning from St. Louis, the Astros lead the Cardinals 3-1. The Cardinals are 3-3 on their current 12-game homestand. They just finished knocking off the Colorado Rockies after being roughly handled by the Florida Marlins. And the Astros start the day a game and a half in front of the Cardinals in the National League Central Division. Astros jumping on Donovan Osborne for 3 runs in the first inning, taking advantage of the ball that Bagwell hit that dropped in front of McGee, and they went on to build that 3-run inning. As we start play today, Houston up by a game and a half on the Cardinals. The Cubs now 4.5 back. Cincinnati, last year's division winners, running fourth, 6 out. Pitch to Kirk Manwaring in there for a strike. Manwaring, the former San Francisco Giant. He came over in exchange for Rick Wilkins. Hitting .218 overall, 167 since coming to Houston. And the pitch is in for a strike.
I'm sure Tom Pagnozzi and Donovan Osborne had a little meeting between when the Cardinals were hitting at the bottom of the inning, and had a little discussion. It's a good makeup between Osborne and Pagnozzi. Pagnozzi's a guy that likes to yell pitches but picks his spots, and I'm sure he made sure that Donovan made some kind of adjustment. Don't be surprised if we see Donovan Osborne in the 6th or 7th inning of this game. You can see right there he's already thrown 2 big curveballs, so I'm sure that Tom says let's throw them all and see what happens.
Well, the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. This one is down, and we'll go to 3-2 now. Crowd reacting as Bob Dole makes an appearance here in St. Louis. Pitch up. Manwaring may have chased it out of the strike zone, fouled it back on that full count delivery. And Dole accompanied by the vice presidential candidate, Jack Kemp.
Well, our ESPN poll here today makes it about a 50-50 boo to clap ratio.
It's a bipartisan crowd here in St. Louis.
It really is.
Manwaring under this one and lifts it into short left. Smith starts out. McGee there, but Ozzie Smith will make the call and the catch for the out. So Manwaring pops out to Ozzie Smith to start the second. One out for the pitcher, Darryl Kile. Kyle can swing the bat a little bit. 5 runs batted in for the year at a 153 average. And there's 4 doubles in that mix. And Osborne starts him with a fastball for a strike. And he throws the breaking ball over. 0-2. The Astros have struggled inside their own division. And a swing and a miss. So Kyle is out on strikes. The Astros a game under 500 inside the Central Division, 24-25, and of course a large part of that has to do with dropping 8 of 10 to the Cardinals. Osborne has retired the first 2 men to face him here in the second. And here's Brian Hunter, who started it all for the Astros in the first with a base hit.
He came around the score to make it 1-0, and we talked about how important it is for the Houston Astros to get a leadoff guy on base and scoring. They just have an unbelievable record at 55-18 when they do that. So Houston just. You get a feeling on the bench when your leadoff guy scores and you do it in the top of the first inning that you feel pretty good, and it really is a confidence builder. Even though you play 9 innings, to go ahead and get that first run, especially on the road from a ball club that you've been struggling against.
The count is 2-0. Well, if you don't get the leadoff man on, regardless of who you have in the middle, and if you have a problem at the lower end of your order, you are subject to have some problems, and the Astros have against left-handed starters this year. Hunter pops it into right center field, jammed a bit, and therefore it is Jordan to make the catch. A 1-2-3 inning, bottom of inning 2 coming, 3-1 Houston.
If it's Saturday night, it's steak night. That's just the way it's always been.
And I always use my favorite steak sauce.
It's tradition.
Excuse me?
What?
Yeah, sometimes I'm in the mood for something different.
Something rich,
Robust, something zesty, hearty.
Delicious.
it's there, and it's great.
A steak sauce for me? Are you serious?
Can you do that?
Yeah, all right.
New A1 Thick and Hearty. Steak has never been done like this before.
It's a game with unmatched history.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Filled with great players and great moments. Now, Sports Illustrated brings you SI's exclusive classic baseball collection. You'll get the extraordinary 2-video box set, The History of Baseball, and the classic baseball cap of your choice, both free with your paid subscription to SI. Choose your cap from any of 4 historic teams. The Brooklyn Dodgers of 1955, the 1951 New York Giants, the 1975 Boston Red Sox, or the legendary New York Yankees. Call now and get SI's classic baseball collection free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 55% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Don't miss out on the classic baseball collection from Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
The Irish have reloaded for another season, and senior Ron Paulus wants to begin his final campaign with a bang. He'll lead Notre Dame down to Nashville to battle Vandy under the Thursday night lights. Notre Dame Vanderbilt, Thursday at 8, only on ESPN.
3-1, the Astros lead the Cardinals as we move into the bottom of the second inning. There'll be more baseball on ESPN on our Labor Day special. The New York Yankees and the Oakland A's. David Cone is the slated pitcher for the Yankees in that one, coming up at 4 Eastern, 6 Pacific time. We'll see the Red Sox and the Seattle Mariners. Vaughn and Rodriguez leading the charges. The youngster hit a home run last night with Ken Griffey Jr.'s bat. Gary Gaetti swings and misses to open the bottom of the second. A lot of checking of bats last night in Seattle, including the bat used by the young shortstop Alex Rodriguez, but that didn't stop him.
No, but considering he used Griffey's bat, I'm sure Griffey's bat understands what it means to hit a home run, so he went ahead and used that one.
2 strikes to Gaetti. I don't know if there's a better breath of fresh air in baseball than Alex Rodriguez. Young and talented. Great approach. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Loves the game. Yep. Has a smile on his face, but I guess at 21, and considering the future he has, he's got a lot of reasons to smile.
Yeah, he better be smiling. Gaetti last year hit 35 home runs. Speaking of home runs, 35 for Kansas City. And has given the Cardinals some pop in their order. And Andy, as you mentioned earlier, has also given them some sterling play defensively.
Yeah, that is the one thing he has done for the Cardinals this year. Even though he struggled early in April and into May, the one thing he was able to do, being a veteran like he is, separate his offense from his defense and play great defense for the Cardinals. But really has turned down his offensive numbers up since about 3 or 4 weeks before the All-Star break.
Kyle goes to 3-2 with him. Gaetti leading off the bottom of the second. Gaetti fouls this one back. One thing Kyle can do is throw pitches. He walked 85 and just under 180 innings coming into this one with 177 strikeouts. 5th leading strikeout pitcher in the National League. He'll go deep into a lot of counts. Base hit into center for Gaetti. So the Cardinals have a base runner to open the second. That's 4 hits for the Cardinals. 4 of their front 6 men have come up with base hits.
You know, Gary Gaetti, still a great fastball hitter. Always been known as a great fastball hitter. Still got a quick bat. And that's the one pitch he wasn't able to get to early in this season. But now his bat's quickened up, and now he's starting to get to more fastballs.
Now the Cardinal catcher, Tom Pagnozzi. Agnazzi back off an injured year. Contributing offensively as well as defensively. 271 on the year, and a line drive knocked down by Biggio. They'll go to second there for the force, and that's the only one they're going to get. Agnazzi hit a liner, and Biggio knocked it down.
Yeah, Biggio was already trying to throw the ball to first base before he caught it. But I think either way, I don't think he would have hit Gaetti off at first, and I don't think, obviously, he can't turn to double play once he drops it, so he's just going to get one out in this situation regardless. But Tom Agnazzi likes to hit the ball to right field, especially with a guy on first base. Just hits it right at him. But you can see right there, well, maybe he would have got him. Gaetti was a lot further down than I first thought, but now they can only get one.
1 on, 1 out for Luis Alicea, the switch hitting second baseman. He's in the lineup at second base. Mike Gallego a little shaken up. There's a line drive up the right side for a base hit. Picked up by Bell. Agnazzi will go to third. So Alicea, who has punished Astro pitching this year, hitting .444, including a couple of home runs against him, continues his hot hitting off Houston pitching and lines a single into right.
Yeah, he's a good fastball hitter too, and he takes advantage of a fastball right down the middle of the plate. And if you make a mistake, he's going to hurt you. I mean, even though he's a little guy with not a lot of power, he surprises you sometimes. And right there, you can see how he turned on a fastball.
Now the pitcher, Donovan Osborne, and he's another pitcher who can swing the bat. Hitting .200 with 5 runs batted in.
It'll be interesting to see here if Tony La Russa lets him go ahead and take one crack at it, because they haven't got any RBI production out of shortstop, and Ozzie Smith being on deck. It looks like he's going to let him hit in this situation. And it's not a bad idea. You got to hold the guy in at first. Osborne can pull the ball if he gets the right pitch. So pretty good play by Tony La Russa right here.
1-0 the count. Osborne, a little looper back at third. Base hit. Agnazzi scored. Alicea is going to go to third, and Osborne in at second. Well, it wasn't pretty, but it got the job done as Osborne drives in the run. 3-2 ball game now.
This ball that Osborne hits right here, almost hits him in the hands, but when he hits it, it looks like it's got a parachute on it. It was hit so soft. And barely gets fouled because it was hit so soft. But like Danny Jackson yesterday, who started a rally for the Cardinals with a double, Osborne does the same thing here today. You can see right there, Barry had to play in with a potential butting situation, so that's why the ball is able to get over his head.
So Osborne jammed, but he picks up a 2-base hit, his 4th double of the year and his 6th run batted in. And the Cardinals have closed this 3-run deficit to only a run. Still only 1 out in the second inning. And now Tony La Russa's club will have Ozzie Smith at the plate with 2 men in scoring position. Agnazzi scored as Alicea went to third on the double by Osborne. Ozzie Smith doubled and scored in the Cardinal first, batting again in the second inning. And the breaking ball, he misses with it, ball 1.
He really hasn't had command of that pitch so far today, and that's going to be the key for Kyle to find himself around later on in the game. The infield's going to play back in the middle and up on the corner. Ozzie Smith doesn't hit a lot of fly balls, so it's a pretty good play to keep the infield in at the corner.
And a tap towards second. The run will score. Ozzie Smith is out at first, but the Cardinals tie the game. Smith made contact. Biggio's play was to first. Alicea across the plate as Osborne goes to third. Ozzie Smith has a run scored and a run batted in.
Well, considering that they've only had 15 runs down in Houston in the 4-game series and scoring 6 already, this might take on a different characteristic in this series. Houston actually likes to go on the road. They have scored more runs on the road than they have at home, so don't be surprised if Houston comes up with a few more today.
Cardinal pitcher Osborne at third, and here's Ray Langford. Langford takes a strike. So Darryl Kile, spotted to a 3-run lead, has seen that evaporate. One ball and 1 strike. Well, the Astros struggled inside the Central Division. The Cardinals have been dominant, 26-11 against Central Division opponents. There's a strike, and Kyle has the jump on Langford. A ball and 2 strikes.
And that's his nasty forkball, a pitch that he really has the convenience of throwing in this situation with an open base. The only thing you got to be careful is if you don't throw it down in the dirt and Manwaring can't get to it and another run scores.
Fastball up and away. It squares the count at 2-2. Cardinals 3 runs, 6 hits. Osborne drove home 1 of them. The Astros 3 runs, 4 hits. And a wave and a miss by Langford to retire the side. First strikeout for Kyle. Biggio, Bagwell, and Bell due for Houston in a tie game at 3.
Lots and lots, tons and tons of tennis balls. Some of the things that are on my Discover card statement. I travel quite a bit. Ooh, I didn't know that the golf balls around here. Just relax, enjoy nature, and very good. Babidochromis, Carulius. They don't want to play with me now because I beat them 90% of the time. I'll take out $100 to buy the bait, gas up the boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Let's see, what else do I have on this?
It pays to Discover. Use it where you see the Novus sign.
Sometimes your day is filled with twists and turns. Handle it. Dunlop Tires.
Collins, whose club has struggled against the Cardinals all year, has seen the Cardinals come back to tie this game at 3-3. And Collins, like a lot of the rest of us, have been amazed at the way the Cardinal pitching staff has managed to handle the killer bees in Craig Biggio, Jeff Bagwell, and Derek Bell.
Well, it's really an amazing thing, because one thing about those guys, when they're in big games, they rise to the occasion, and we need to have that out of them these 3 days. Our team goes with the way Jeff and Craig and Derek Bell go, and that is when they get hits, we win ball games, and they've shut them down. It's no secret, and what we need to do is make sure that they have a good series.
And Andy, it will be Biggio, Bagwell, and Bell against Donovan Osborne. The Cardinals and the Astros start even again.
Yeah, and those 3 guys have struggled against Donovan Osborne. Donovan Osborne 3-0 this year against Houston, has really pitched them tough, but it doesn't get any easier. Tomorrow they got Stoudemire, who's really done a job against those big 3 guys. And then the next day they got Andy Bennett, who's been moved up to solidify the rotation the rest of the year, with an off day coming up Thursday, and the rotation will be set for the rest of the year. He's going to go on 1 day's less rest than he normally does, but he has pitched good against Houston. So it's going to be tough for Houston to come out of here with a win.
Here's Biggio to lead off the 3rd for Houston. And the first pitch inside, ball 1. The Astros were swept in the first series of the year between these 2 clubs here in St. Louis, so they're 0-3 against the Cardinals in this ballpark this year. Biggio ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Boy, he ranks right there among the best in the major leagues at second base.
And where he hits from the lineup, usually second, the biggest key is that run production. Don't worry about that 305 average, a little down from last year, but his on-base percentage is up and he's scoring runs, and that is the key for this Houston ball club. They haven't had it from the top of the lineup, but they've certainly had it from Craig Biggio.
And he's among the top 10 in on-base percentage at .403. Ahead in the count here as he takes the strike to make it 3-1.
Yeah, he understands. He's been around. And, you know, I mean, in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes ahead and takes another pitch, even though it's 3-1 and the hitters count.
He's leading off the third in a game now tied. And there's strike 2 call.
And he does take the pitch, and that's an understanding of what your job is when you show up the park. We saw Gutierrez in the first go ahead and take a big cut. Even with 1 home run, you can see right there he takes a 3-1 pitch with a guy who has the potential of hitting the ball out of the ballpark. Understanding your role is key to success for not only him but for any ball club.
The 3-2, and he draws the walk. So Donovan Osborne did exactly what he didn't want to do after his club came back to tie this game in the second inning. You don't want to go out and walk the very leadoff hitter that following inning.
You just don't want the leadoff hitter to be on, period. I mean, this is going to be a battle from here on in. But again, I mean, Biggio being smart made him throw 3 strikes in a row. Couldn't do it. He's on first base.
Here's Jeff Bagwell. Bagwell again with dominant numbers all across the board when it comes to run production. 106 runs batted in, among the top 10 in slugging percentage, second in the league in on-base percentage. Takes a big rip and fouls it, strike 1.
Well, Jeff Bagwell, when he comes to the plate, Dwayne, you're looking at a guy who's not going up there looking for a single. You can see right there in 1994 with his National League MVP title. The slugging percentage is the impressive thing, 750, and you don't see too many singles hitters with a 750 slugging percentage. So he's got one thing in mind, and that's swing hard 100% every time he comes to the plate, and that puts fear in a pitcher.
That's Biggio, the runner at first. He drew the walk to open the third. Houston scored 3 in the first. St. Louis a run in the first and 2 in the second to tie. High pop foul. Pagnozzi has a play and makes the catch for the out. First out here with a man at first, and we'll check in with Gary Miller. Gary.
Dwayne, we take it to Olympic Stadium. Barry Bonds had never faced his old teammate Mark Leiter, and he facials him. Home run number 36. That's the 32nd allowed by Mark Leiter, tying him with Brad Radke as the most generous Gopher ball pitcher in the majors. It's 1-0. Back to you.
So the Giants break out to a lead, courtesy of Barry Bonds. And Derek Bell steps in for the Astros here in the third inning. Well, out short to first his first time. Into the dirt. Ball 1. Keep you up to date on all the other races, including the way the wild card breaks out with the Expos on the heels of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Cardinals 2.5 back, Colorado and then Chicago. And if you talk with the Cardinals and the Astros, they emphasize how important this series is because they feel that to advance to the postseason, they're going to have to win the division. They're not confident that the wild card will come out of the Central Division.
You know, there's good reason for that. It's because Los Angeles will be there to the end because their pitching is so strong, and that is going to be the key. You know, for Los Angeles to find themselves in postseason is to keep that pitching staff going like it has for 5 months.
Well, ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Foul ball off his foot. Ball in on him. And the count will go to 2 balls and a strike. ballpark revitalized the downtown area in St. Louis a number of years ago, and now they've revitalized Busch Stadium and made it more of a park effect than a stadium with the grass and the green paint.
It is a baseball park now. They have done a great job of making a transformation from a multi-purpose stadium to a baseball park, and it does feel like baseball here at Busch Stadium without that AstroTurf. And it gets a little more cozier. The fans are closer. They've added seats down right behind home plate, down the left field line, down the right field line. So you're going to see more balls put in play, but I really think it's going to add a lot to this ballpark, and it's going to bring the fans back in droves like the fans came here in in the 1980s. They came out here and drew 3 million 3 years in a row.
Well, it proves that baseball works in a smaller market. This, of course, has been a regional market really for a long time. The 2-1 hit sharply to short. Smith to Alisea 1 and over to first for the double play. Bell grounds into 2 to retire the side. We're headed into the St. Louis half the third. They'll have McGee, Jordan, and Mabry up. This game is tied from St. Louis. Astros and the Cardinals 3-3.
There's a dockside celebration going on right now at Red Lobster. Hurry in and enjoy the biggest harvest of the season with our dockside feast. Lobster tail, snow crab, and roasted shrimp at the lowest price in years. Now at Red Lobster.
When was the last time you saw something really amazing?
That's amazing? That is amazing. Definitely amazing.
Flexon, the most flexible metal frame you've ever seen. The most comfortable frame you've ever worn. Flexon by Marchand.
You're not going to go home and leave this half finished, are you?
I got 6 days, Dad.
Just a reminder that Glidden spread house paints are formulated to cover the first time so you can finish in less time.
I guess you'll be going back early then.
I thought I might stick around for a few days.
Glidden, a better way to paint.
Don't expect me to cook for you.
Fix-up can be fun with Glidden's Home Improvement Sweepstakes. You could see home improvement live, plus other great prizes. See your participating Glidden retailer for details.
We'll never get the copier fixed before the meeting.
It's handled.
If your office equipment ever breaks down, no matter where you are in the business world, remember, nobody responds like Danka. Only Danka offers copiers, fax machines, and digital systems with this world-class commitment to service.
How'd you get here so fast?
I took a few shortcuts.
Danka, world-class products, world-class service.
How race car driver Bill Elliott eats a Reese's peanut butter cup. Awesome. Clear! There's no wrong way to eat a Reese's.
Astros and the Cardinals tied 3-3. No lightning strikes in these parts. Got some protection today. Here's Willie McGee leading up, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. McGee, Jordan, and Mabry, the middle part of Tony La Russa's lineup. Facing right-hander Darryl Kile. McGee strokes it foul.
And when we talk about Tony La Russa and Willie McGee, Willie McGee has given Tony La Russa great production this year, and it's all because Tony La Russa really understands that when a player turns 37, 38 years old, you really got to limit his play, and he has done that very well for Willie McGee. He has limited his play, and because he's done that, he's been a very productive player for the Cardinals.
A 2-strike count, and just a little piece of that one foul, and that's something that a manager can do to save his bench, to help the entire ball club. And the Cardinals through the years have had some great managers being able to do that. Whitey Herzog, Joe Torre, now Tony La Russa.
Well, the nice part about it is you get your ball club involved, and I think that's really key. I think when a manager can make his ball club be totally involved, I'm talking about from the 25th guy.
A base hit again. The second time today he's singled on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, again, we talked about Willie McGee looking bad on one pitch and really looking tremendous on another pitch. And this is actually a ball out of the strike zone, fastball up and in, but Willie McGee, can, like Kirby Puckett, who retired this year, can swing at a lot of pitches out of the strike zone and still have success. You can see there, Willie McGee almost had to jump to hit that ball and still hits it hard enough up the middle.
Joe McGee is aboard. The Cardinals, for the 3rd straight inning, have put the leadoff man on base. And here's Brian Jordan. Jordan was jammed his first time up and dropped a base hit into right field inside the line. And the breaking ball is over for a strike.
And a nasty breaking ball. And that has not been a pitch he's had command of so far, and that's going to be key. Again, we talked about his fastball being able to establish that, but you got to supplement that fastball with a breaking ball, and he's got one of the better curveballs in the National League.
Kyle keeps a check on McGee at first base. Cardinals not averse to doing a little running. McGee has not done a lot of that this year. This one stays inside. And the count is 1-1. Jordan with a home run, 1 home run for the month of August. It's 6 in July, and for the year has 14. He again this year has been a very good hitter with men in scoring position.
He's been tremendous, and this is one of the reasons why the Cardinals have struggled here the last 10 days. It's because of Jordan, because of Langford. And, you know, we talked about the middle of the lineups and how key that is for success. And again, they were going to miss Ron Gant probably till the Cardinals go to the West Coast Sunday. And you really need production out of that middle lineup, and when it doesn't happen, it just puts a lot of pressure on your pitching staff, puts pressure on the catcher to make better quality pitches, and everything just flows from that middle of the lineup and when they're scoring runs and knocking them in.
Jordan pops this one foul. That's going to carry into the seats. And Kyle will have the advantage in the count of 2 strikes.
You know, look at the Los Angeles Dodgers. This is a ball club that has tremendous pitching, always finds himself in a ball game, but it's a club that seems to always struggle. I mean, they're always finding trying to find ways to win a ball game, and that's because they haven't had production out of the middle of the lineup.
This one a little close. Kyle trying to come in, and Jordan trying to check the swing. The ball deflect foul off his bat.
And a lot of times this will hit you. In this situation, you see it gets him just above the hands, and a lot of times, again, the ball will hit the bat, and the umpire, if you react quick enough and give it a little shake, the umpire will go ahead and give you first base, but he didn't react quick enough.
That's where those drama classes come in. 1-2. Breaking ball and a high fly ball back into left. Mouton on the track, and he makes the catch for the out. Jordan gave it a long ride. We'll check in with Gary.
Dwayne, we take it to Shea where Brett Butler brought out the lineup card for the Dodgers. He hopes to play later this week for L.A. L.A. gets in the early hole, though. Pedro Estacio against Todd Hundley. He'll single in Bernard Gilkey. Mets take the 1-0 lead. Dodgers got a run back into the Shields double play. It's 1-all. Bottom second. Back to you.
All right, Gary, an inspirational story to be sure in Brett Butler as the Dodgers start the day a game behind San Diego. That's Willie McGee at first. He opened with a base hit.
We talked about how important leadoff position is on a ball club. You don't think the Dodgers are missing that guy, Brett Butler. Just look at that. Just look at that race right there. If they had him, they might find themselves in first place.
Mabry fouls this one up the right side. Well, the leadoff spot has been a problem spot for the Dodgers all year as they try to get somebody who can get on base consistently.
And it almost gets presidential candidate Bob Dole. And of course, Bob Dole is sitting down the right field line and not the left field line.
Well, of course, and a very astute observation, I might add, by Andy Van Slyke, our political commentator on the day. Willie McGee at first. Bob Dole and Jack Kemp enjoying the game here in St. Louis. And a base hit through the right side. McGee will go to third. Bell's throw is there. Offline, back to second. Good throw. Got it. Mayberry out trying to move up to second when Bell drew to third.
Well, John's had his problems on the bases the last couple of weeks. And really no reason to go to second base on this situation. Even though he sees that Bell misses the cutoff guy, it's still hard enough that Barry can make a strong throw to second base. You don't want to be making it out at second base when you got a guy at third base with one out. There was a situation here a couple weeks ago where Mayberry on a first and second situation was the trail runner, 3-2, ball 4, and he keeps running, turns second base, and he gets caught in a run out. So John has really had his problems the last couple of weeks running the bases for the Cardinals.
Gaetti swings and misses as that pitch disappeared on him for a strike. So a base hit from Mayberry, and he is thrown out trying to move up to second base. McGee is at third with 2 outs. Down to third. Barry up with this one. He's got the bad shoulder, but makes the play this time. Gaetti's out, and that retires the side. The Cardinals do not score. The play at second turns out to be a big one. We're tied 3-3 through 3.
Good as they are, if you think added engine protection only comes in a bottle, this will rock your lifters. The new Fram double guard oil filter with DuPont Teflon additive already in it. The same amount of Teflon protection as a quart of the leading engine treatment. Now one filter does 2 jobs to fight dirt, driving extremes, and startup wear for a lot less than using almost any of the leading bottles. The new Fram double guard oil filter with DuPont Teflon already in it.
I see a lake with a waterfall. And little whitecaps shaped by the breeze. There's a hotel. And hundreds of air-conditioned rooms.
Minibars, no doubt.
Look. A Range Rover.
Ah, yes. A 4.0 SE. And a smashing woman giving caviar to that chap.
I see an igloo.
Yes.
Presenting a great leap forward in batteries. Introducing Duracell Power Check, the only battery with a fuel gauge, so you can see how much power it has. New Duracell Power Check, the world's most advanced battery.
Introducing the Michelin X1 with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty. It gives you better wet traction than any rain tire, plus control in any driving condition. After all, it hasn't rained that much in years.
Astros and the Cardinals tied 3-3 as we swing into the top of the 4th inning on the banks of the Mississippi with Andy Van Slyke, Dwayne Stats. First game of a 3-game series between these two clubs. The final meeting of the year, this series between the Astros and the Cardinals. The Cardinals have won 8 of the first 10 played between these two teams. Cardinals a game and a half behind the Houston Astros in the Central Division. One of the big reasons for their turnaround has been a healthy Tom Pagnozzi. And Andy, the pitchers all swear by Tom Pagnozzi.
Well, yeah, team record shows just how important he is, and it's because Tom has been in this league a long time, understands the hitters, understands what it takes to get them out, and builds, I mean, that will build confidence in the pitching staff. Especially a guy like Todd Stottlemyre, who comes over, doesn't know the National League, has had success now here in the National League, and it has a lot to do with Tom Pagnozzi. Just a veteran who knows how to handle pitching staff and pitch to the hitters in the National League.
Here's Sean Berry leading off the Houston 4th. Osborne takes the pitch wide for a ball. Berry doubled in a run and scored in the first inning when the Astros scored 3 times against the Cardinal left-hander.
One of the things that Tony La Russa loves is that old cliche. He loves gamers. And earlier today when I was in his office, he had his lineup complete except for one spot in the 7th spot. And he wanted to find out whether Pagnozzi could play.
Berry on the 2-0 pitch lifts a fly ball deep to left. McGee back. That's got a chance to go. And that ball is gone. Home run for Sean Berry, his 14th of the year. And the Astros lead 4-3.
things Terry Collins was concerned about, whether Barry was going to have home run power because of that shoulder problem, but he gets a fastball here and hits it a long way, and Willie McGee gives his best effort, but simply too far out of his reach.
That's the 18th home run given up by Osborne this year, and gives the Astros the lead. Here's James Mouton, the left fielder. A bunt down the third base side. Gaetti will not make a play as Mouton bunts his way on. So the home run followed by the bunt single. Tony La Russa seeing his club fight back to tie it in the second inning. Now they're behind again by a run.
You know, there are certain keys when you want to try something, and that situation is always, I think, a good time to go ahead and do it. Everybody's thinking home run. Mouton, who can bunt, obviously shows us right there, lays down a perfect bunt. It's like when you hit a double and you take off first pitch. I think it surprises a lot of people. Timing, you know, is a lot in life, and it has a lot to do with success in baseball. Mouton picks the right time to go ahead and bunt.
Now Osborne steps back as he keeps an eye on Mouton at first, who again is a steal to take off. Ricky Gutierrez at the plate. Gutierrez, a strikeout victim in the first inning. That ended the first. There goes the runner. The pitch is a ball, and the throw is not in time. He got in head first around the tag. And Mouton picks up his 21st stolen base of the year.
And this is an absolute perfect throw by Tom Pagnazzi, but we talked about Osborne and his lack of a move to first base. This base right here is simply stolen on the pitcher Osborne, not on Tom Pagnazzi, which is usually the case when you're talking about a successful stolen base.
1-0 the count to the Houston shortstop. Bounds it out of play. 1-1.
You can see right there with a fastball in, trying to hit the ball the right side. Kurt Matmore on deck, who really does a nice job of driving runners in with men on third base. So this is really a key situation for Gutierrez to make an effort to try to move the runner from second to third.
Nobody out. Gutierrez now finds himself behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Gutierrez caught on that last pitch, unable to handle the pitch at all as he was thinking about trying to go the other way. A tap foul third base side now.
And you can see what Osborne and Pagnazzi are doing. Get back talking about Tom Pagnazzi and all his experience here in the National League. He's got Osborne throwing every pitch in the inside and breaking balls. You can see right there again a slow breaking ball, trying to get the right hitter to hit the ball to the left side to prevent the runner from moving up.
He checks the runner. The 1-2 and a liner into left center field in there for a base hit. Mouton will score as McGee makes the play back into second to hold Gutierrez to a single, and the Astros grab a 2-run lead. It's 5-3 Houston.
That is really good hitting right there. But one of the things you want to make sure when you're trying to move a runner from second to third is, especially with 2 strikes, it's just to hit the ball hard. Even if you hit it at somebody and you hit it to the left side of the field, which he does right here, lines it between Willie McGee and Langford in center, go ahead and make a quality swing on a pitch, even though you have 2 strikes on you.
Still nobody out in the Houston fourth. 2 runs home. Gutierrez, the base runner, and Kurt Manwaring is at the plate. The Houston catcher. Manwaring popped to Ozzie Smith the first time around. Fouls this one straight back and out of play for a strike. They're in the top of the fourth. Cardinals came back to tie, but the Astros reasserting themselves in the 4th inning. They have a 2-run lead. Toss to first on Gutierrez. Gutierrez has done a little running, and when he has, he's been successful. He's 6 out of 7 in the stolen base department. And a drive back into left field. McGee will have to go to get this one. It's going to be off the bottom of the fence. Gutierrez on his way to third. It's going to be a double for Manwaring. The Astros come out with 4 consecutive hits in the 4th inning to take the lead and place 2 more men in scoring position.
At some point, Tony's going to have to get somebody up. He's been trying to show some patience with Osborne. He's got a bullpen that's pretty thin right now. Try to go as long as you can without using them, but at this point, Osborne's just getting hitting too hard.
That's Petkazik, the right-hander. He was in the game yesterday against Colorado. A home run by Berry opened the inning. Magnozzi spending some time on the mound with Osborne to talk things over and give the bullpen a little added time as well. And now Tony La Russa pops out of the Cardinal dugout. He's on his way to the mound.
Well, Osborne has not been successful today because of one simple fact. He has not been ahead of these hitters. He's only been ahead of 6 of the 17 or 18 hitters he has faced so far, and that is not a formula for success.
While the Cardinals talk about it on the mound, we'll check in with Gary Miller.
Dwayne, they're underway at County Stadium. Ben McDonald facing the Indians' Albert Bell, who owns him in his career, and this time he just chops it up the middle. That's 131 RBIs. It leads the majors. Kevin Seitzer, who had 4 hits in his Indian debut Sunday, gets in, and they added another run. It's 2-0, bottom of the first. Back to you.
So the Indians with that lead in the American League Central, starting the day 8 over the White Sox. Seitzer making the most of going to a division-leading ball club.
Yeah, and it looked like he was a little faster in that Cleveland uniform than he was in the Brewer uniform. It's amazing when you get the first place. You feel a little bit quicker, and you seem to throw a little bit harder.
Another one of baseball's unsolved mysteries. Here's Darryl Kile. The Cardinals looking for the bunt. With that infield in, or maybe, well, they just got the infield in with minutes second and third. Nobody out. Kyle wouldn't be doing that here. He is capable of swinging the bat with those 5 runs batted in. And a nice stop by Pagnozzi. Pagnozzi scooting to his left and coming up with that pitch.
Yeah, and that's one of the things he couldn't do the last couple of years because of his knee problems, but had those babies cleaned up, and now he's able to go ahead and move, and he's done a great job behind that plate. Not only calling games, but blocking pitches and throwing runners out.
A 2-run 4th for the Astros, and they have a major threat to get more. Back. Kyle in his role, the infield end, just trying to make contact.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all he has to do, shorten the swing up, and there's a lot of holes when that infield is in, and Tony La Russa choosing to play his infield in, even though we're only here in the 4th. But it's, I think, a good play because the pitcher's at the plate.
Stepping back. Osborne touched for 5 runs and 8 hits. 3 innings plus 4 hitters here in the 4th so far as he works to his 5th hitter, Darryl Kile. He is ahead of him, a ball and 2 strikes. Petkazik continues to throw in the Cardinal bullpen. The 1-2 to Kyle. He just got enough to stay alive, holding the count at a ball and 2 strikes.
And you can see the location of that pitch again. I don't think that's where Osborne wanted that ball. And that's really been his his problem all day is the fact that any pitch he's thrown, it's usually been up, and that's why he finds himself in this situation with 8 hits against him and 5 runs. And he's a guy that really needs to keep the ball down.
The 1-2. And Kile is out on strike. So Osborne strikes out the pitcher, Darryl Kile. That's the first out in the 4th inning. Then we'll swing back around to the top of the Houston batting order.
We talked about his high 4-seam fastball, and right there, that's what Kyle looks at. And that's a tough pitch to lay off. That's I think a pitch you don't see very much here in the 90s is a 4-seam fastball up at the letters. Every pitching coach teaching his pitchers, keep the ball down, keep the ball down. But that 4-seam fastball is a very successful pitch if you know when to throw it and how to throw it.
And here comes La Russa. That's going to be it for Osborne. With the right-hander Petkazik in the bullpen, Osborne's going to be lifted after working 3 1/3 innings. And he'll be departing with 2 men on base. The score 5-3.
Turn it up to maximum dance. Get the party started with 24 full-force dance tracks on 2 kickin' CDs. Free with your paid subscription to Entertainment Weekly. Call now and get these 2 CDs or audio cassettes absolutely free when you subscribe to Entertainment Weekly. Call now to maximize your dance collection and get 30 issues for 4 monthly installments of only $5.99. That's almost 70% off the cover price.
Get out with LPP. What is love? Baby, don't hurt
me. So grab your credit card and pick up the phone for maximum satisfaction. Save almost 70% on Entertainment Weekly and get the maximum dance CDs absolutely free.
I've gotten help with my golf swing, planned my next vacation. I even get stock price updates every 15 minutes. America Online puts over 100 newspapers and magazines right on my screen. I've got worldwide email, point-and-click internet access, and a great web browser. Plus, new features keep getting added. Call the toll-free number and you'll receive your free startup kit and 15 free hours to look around. It's worth a try. You'll see.
Every year, the McGinty's go trick-or-treating as Coach Paul Brown. In 1968, Chris wants to go as a pirate. Dad says okay, but it has to be a Paul Brown pirate.
Cardinal outfield has been busy here in the 4th inning. The Astros have put together 4 hits and a couple runs to take a 5-3 lead. That's it for Donovan Osborne. He pitches 3 1/3, allows 8 hits, so far 5 runs, and leaves with a couple of runners on base in scoring position, still responsible to his account. And the Texan right-hander Mark Petkazik out of the University of Texas in Beaumont comes on to face the Astros.
Yeah, Petkazik throws a little fastball, straight change, and a little curveball, but getting back to Donovan Osborne, really wasn't beat again by the big 3 guys, by Biggio, Bagwell, and Bell, and he's really handled those guys, but it was the complementary players of the Houston Astros that got to him.
Of the 5 runs batted in, Bagwell has 1. Perry a couple, Mouton 1, and Gutierrez has the other one. Now Brian Hunter bats with Gutierrez at 3rd and Manwaring at 2nd. Might have been enough sun for the presidential candidate, Bob Dole. First pitch is too high, ball 1. I hope he doesn't lose the Beaumont vote. He leaves when Petkazik enters the game. A ball, no strikes. Breaking ball, misses. 2-0. Isaac worked 2 innings yesterday against Colorado and picked up his 9th win. back as Hunter steps out. Hunter started the ball game with a base hit and scored the game's first run when Houston opened with 3 in the first. That's on the corner.
If you really pay careful attention to the type of pitcher Preceded is, there are, I think, 2 types of pitchers in the big leagues. One that can get people out in the strike zone, and one that gets people out of the strike zone. He really relies on aggressive hitters swinging a lot of pitches just out of the strike zone, and he's that type of pitcher.
In relief of Donovan Osborne. 2 men in scoring position. Facing Brian Hunter. Hunter with a foul ball. Berry with a home run, accounting for 1 run. Gutierrez driving in the other run in this inning. Takes this one down. So Preceded gives up the walk. That will load the bases. Now they're loaded for Craig Biggio. Biggio grounded to short in the first and walked his last time. The Astros have a golden opportunity here to perhaps break this thing open. They lead by 2, but they've loaded the bases with only 1 out. The Cardinals hoping for the double play ball. Isaac misses upstairs. That walk, by the way, drawn by Hunter, was only the 15th time he has walked all year. It's tough to stay in the leadoff spot with that kind of number.
Yeah, but he runs so well and can put so much pressure on the defense. That's why he finds himself in that position. And Preceded is in a tough spot here. He's got a patient hitter at the plate and one that hits about 25 points higher with men in scoring position.
There's a strike. The count is 1-1. The Astros have the bases loaded. Gutierrez at third, Manwaring on second, and Hunter the runner at first.
And we talked earlier about how much of a gamer Biggio is, and one of the qualities of a gamer is a guy that loves to play when everything's on the line. And like I said, there he is right there with a much higher average with runner in scoring position.
This one is fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. So Biggio stayed with the Astros, signed a contract over the winter. Came back with Bagwell to lead this club, thinking that the club would be in contention and close to winning the division. And here, starting this series, they're leading the division by a game and a half. Facing this crucial series in St. Louis. It's going to be out of play. Count remains 1-2.
It was about 10 days ago Terry Collins went to Craig Biggio. They're all sitting around in the clubhouse, and he came up to him and said, I'm going to give you a day off tomorrow. And Biggio, being a quiet leader like he is, didn't say anything. Everybody left. He walked into his office and said, listen, you don't have to give me a day off. Matter of fact, I don't want a day off. You don't have to give me a breather. And Terry Collins just shook his head. He just says, that's what makes Craig Biggio the great player that he is.
The 1-2, and Preceded comes up with a big strikeout. Preceded, after walking Hunter, strikes out Biggio. It's going to be up to Bagwell, and before he hits, we'll go back to Gary.
Going back to County Stadium, Cleveland continues on the rampage. Omar Vizquel against Ben McDonald. Live ball, Vizquel's 9th home run. It's 3-0. We will update you on the Mets and Dodgers in a bit. Back to you.
Here, Jeff Bagwell prepares to step in after Biggio was retired by Preceded. So a big strikeout by the right-hander, Mark Preceded. 2 outs with the bases loaded. Bagwell takes a strike. Up the zone at the knees.
And we talked earlier about the little subtleties that make a pitcher successful. You can see right there, that pitch is a strike, but the pitch he got Biggio out on was the ball out of the strike zone. And again, that's what I said about Kaiser. Likes to throw the ball out of the strike zone to try to get hitters to chase it.
Bagwell takes the ball. It's 1-1. Bagwell on the current Houston road trip is hitting .500. He is 7 of his last 14, including the double and the run scored and the RBI in this game. He has him loaded. Here's an opportunity to cash in for the first time in his career. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a line drive out of the reach of Ozzie Smith, a base hit. Gutierrez scores. Manwaring's on his way to the plate. Over to third goes Hunter, as Bagwell picks up Biggio and drives in 2 with a base hit to make it 7-3 and a 4-run Houston inning.
And I think Ozzie Smith was actually fooled on this ball a little bit. This ball's in, and I think he thinks the ball is going to go to the left of him and ends up going to the right of him. You can see where he probably doesn't get you can see there that ball was not hit far away from him, but his first movement was to his right because of the location of the pitch.
So the Astros now have a 4-run lead. That completes the book on Osborne, charged with 7 runs in 3 1/3 innings.
You know, as an infield, especially middle infield, you are reading the pitch as it releases out of the pitcher's hand, and that ball was running back towards Bagwell, and Ozzie's first step was the opposite way in which the ball went. When a big guy like Bagwell goes to the plate, he usually hits the ball where it's pitched, but I think he got jammed just enough to fool Ozzie Smith.
Eric Bell taking a breaking ball out of the strike zone, 1-0. Bell's hit a couple of ground balls to short. Now the count is 1-1. So Bagwell now has 108 runs batted in for the year with that base hit, driving home 2 more in the 4th inning. A big 2-out hit from the Houston first baseman. Bell waiting for the 1-1 pitch from Kaiser. And again, it's low and outside. 2-1. Seven runs, 9 hits for Houston. And a strike on the corner. There's Charlie Relaford. Count squares at 2-2.
Successful at this level, you constantly got to make adjustments, and Derek Bell did that last year. He used to be basically a straight-up hitter, and has really found himself with a different type of style the last couple of years, spreading out a little more, trying to use his hands.
There's the runner off first as Bell pops it into right field. Jordan toward the line is there to make the catch, but the Astros send 9 men to the plate. It was all started on the home run by Sean Berry. They go on to score 4. Bottom of the 4th coming, 7-3 Houston.
Foot action. When I first got to camp, I had so much foot action, Coach didn't know what to do with me. And then one day, it just hit him. Coach, you all right? You want me to play what?
Foot action's also where to get Nike shoes and stuff you wear when you're doing whatever.
Cordell, get in there and punt.
For every action, there's foot action.
This is your chocolate zone. Indulge it, because now there's sweet escapes. Real Hershey's chocolate with less fat. Sweet escapes. New from Hershey.
With Sierra's strength and exceptional power, life's daily obstacles are easily handled. But with Sierra's 3rd door, you will have one less hurdle to overcome. Sierra by GMC. Putting you comfortably into
No matter what size fax you send, no matter where in the world you send it, AT&T guarantees it'll get there. Because now, AT&T has 70% more international routes, which means more ways to get around trouble and more ways to steer clear of danger. So your international fax gets through. No matter where in the world you send it. Guaranteed network reliability at a competitive price, only from AT&T for the life of your business.
Update from Shea Stadium. Dodgers Mets tied at 2. Pedro Estacio in the 3rd. Todd Hundley ties Darryl Strawberry for the Met all-time record, his 39th home run of the year. He also is 1 away from Roy Campanella's record for catchers in Major League history.
Todd Hundley, a monster year for the Mets. You talk about a guy the last couple of years really developing as a hitter.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Everywhere you look around baseball, everybody's having career years in the home run department.
Here's the Cardinal catcher, Tom Pagnozzi, leading off. And the first pitch from Darryl Kile is a strike. Pagnozzi, Alicea, and then the pitcher's spot is due. Now the Cardinal bullpen will go back to work. Breaking ball bouncing by Manwaring. 1-1.
You know, I was going to say, you know, that's a pitch that just doesn't need to be thrown right there. I mean, that ball is not even close to the strike zone. That's why you always find Darryl Kile somewhere up in the 130 or the 140 range, the number of pitches he's got to throw. I mean, a lot has to do with the fact that he strikes out people, and most of the time your strikeout pitchers are going to be in the 130 to 140 range. But when you throw a curveball that doesn't even reach the plate, it just seems to be a wasted pitch.
Kyle now ahead of Pagnozzi, a ball, 2 strikes. Pagnozzi reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run his first time. This one coming up and in on him. He fights it off and fouls it out of play. Rich Batchelor is throwing in the Cardinal bullpen now. Out to short. Gutierrez floats the long throw across to get the Cardinal catcher for the out. 1 gone in the St. Louis 4th. And Luis Alicea is due to hit.
Well, one of the things the Cardinals were trying to do before the trading playoff deadline was to try to get a second baseman. They've had Alicea at second. They've had Gallego at second, but he's had his troubles in the field too. He's got 22 errors this year, but they tried to get Jeff King, but at the last moment, I guess the Pirates felt that King was just too much to give up.
The foul ball out of play, and the count is 1-1, and there had been postseason a lot of speculation that they would have some interest in Chuck Knobloch, the fine second baseman of the Twins, but the Twins took him off the market.
One of the things that concerned Walt Jockey right there was he wasn't really sure if Jeff King could play second base, and he should have come and asked me. I've seen this guy play second base, and he plays as good as second base as anybody I've seen in the National League, and you know, he's going to hit 30 home runs and have 100 RBIs this year. That's pretty good production out of your second base position. But at the same time, you know, the Cardinals wanted to keep a couple players that they have right here. John Mayberry is one of them, and they just didn't want to give up John Mayberry and maybe pay Jeff King's $2.5 million salary at the same time.
A ball, 2 strikes the count on Luis Alicea. That's too high, squaring the count at 2-2. One out, bases empty. There's Petizek on deck. And Alicea is out on strikes. 2 gone. And we'll check in with Gary Miller.
Joining this time, we take it to Comiskey Rookie of the Year candidate James Baldwin facing Phil Nevin, the former #1 pick, who's now a Tiger. And he hits his first home run of the year. Scores Ruben Sierra. It's now a 3-2 game. The White Sox have a slim lead in the wild card coming into the...
Back here in St. Louis, we'll have a pinch hitter. Terry Bradshaw will pinch hit for Petkazik. Now, Petkazik, who worked 2 innings yesterday, goes 2/3 today in relief of Osborne. Gave up no runs, but a hit, a walk, and a strikeout. It allowed 2 runs to score. Those were charged to Osborne. So Bradshaw, 2 out of 4 coming off the bench. And strokes a line drive into right for a base hit. Off the bench after the first thing he saw.
And that's really the key to be success at the pitch inning role. Bradshaw, even though he's a young hitter, understands that you got to look for that first pitch fastball when you come off the bench. You have a better chance of reacting to that pitch than probably any other, and takes advantage of that first pitch fastball right there.
And now the top of the batting order, Ozzie Smith. Smith has scored a run and has driven 1 home, hitting .288 for the year. This one turns down and in, ball 1.
I think the hardest thing to do in all baseball is what Bradshaw did right there, is to go to the plate and get a pinch hit. It's the most difficult thing. You sit over there, you come out, you take your BP, you go sit down, you cool off a little bit, and then you got to go out there and swing a 2-ounce or a 2-pound bat at a guy that can throw you a variety of pitches, and it's just a very difficult role.
Bradshaw at first with his 2-out pinch hit single. Ozzie Smith now has 2,450 hits. And he has caught Red Schoendienst on the all-time hit list. Oh, there's a drive deep to right. Bell back. That ball is gone. Ozzie Smith has hit his 2nd home run of the year. How about that? Ozzie Smith makes it a 2-run game.
You can see right here, again, turns out a fastball like he did in the first inning, hit a double down the right field line here. Ozzie Smith, we talked about his shoulder problems in the past. He's got healthy shoulders, and he still can hit a fastball, even at the ripe age of 41 years old. And Kyle can't believe it. The book on Ozzie Smith is the thrown fastballs. He throws 2 of them. And Ozzie Smith gets a double on 1, scores a run, and hits a 2-run homer here.
The fans are on their feet. That's only his 5th career home run left-handed. Ozzie Smith bringing this crowd to life with the 2-run home run. Now Ray Langford, and there's strike 1. First time in Ozzie's career that he's hit 2 left-handed home runs in the same season. And he gets the Cardinals to within 2. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And who says the ball's not juiced?
He juiced that one out. The 41-year-old shortstop, Ozzie Smith. 2 balls and a strike.
I think that pitch right there by Kile was maybe a little bit on the angry side. The hardest pitch he's thrown today.
That squares the count at 2-2. Ozzie had a home run against the Giants on the 9th of August. The first home run he had hit since 1994. Hit that one left-handed. And connects off Darryl Kile today for his 2nd home run this year. Foul ball. Well, the count still 2-2. La Russa got the 2-out pinch hit from Bradshaw to keep the inning going.
And if it had been a couple of days ago before rosters had been expanded, you might have saw Petkazik go up there and hit with 2 outs. But now that he has got more players and more pitchers to work with, it's a convenience to go ahead and take a guy out in the 4th inning for a pinch hitter.
And Kile goes to 3-2 to Langford. Langford struck out his last time. He does that a lot, but he also has some power. 21 home runs for the year. And the 3-2, he draws the walk. So Kile, who's had the good fortune of being staked to a 3-run lead and then a 4-run lead, finds himself facing the potential tying run here in the 4th. Willie McGee, who is 2 for 2 against Kile today, steps in. This coming after Kile had retired the first 2 men of the inning. And he misses to McGee, ball 1.
I'm sure he's still upset with that home run he gave up to Ozzie Smith. He threw off fastballs to Langford and throws the first pitch fastball here to McGee, so I'm sure he's got a lot of anger behind these pitches.
And McGee out in front, 1-1.
And don't be fooled by that swing. We've seen his last 2 hits. He's had some awful swings, and he's come back twice, 0-2, and gotten base hits. So I think Willie McGee's just setting him up right now.
Well, he's done it twice.
He's done it twice, and that's his game plan. Look bad on one pitch, get the same pitch, and get a hit.
There's a popper down the left side. Foul ball, twisted toward the stands and out of play. Runs the count to a ball and 2 strikes. So both his hits have come on 0-2 pitches. He's behind in the count now, a ball and 2 strikes.
So that means he's got him right where he wants him.
Cardinals have actually out-hit the Astros now, 10-9. The Astros lead 7-5. Flip to first. Langford right back in over there. Ozzie Smith's home run accounting for 2 runs in the 4th. Count is square, 2-2.
What makes this offense especially devastating to pitch to is you got speed in it. You got Langford, you got Jordan, McGee still can run, so you got a combination of good power and good speed. And again, that will take, it takes a little more concentration when you're on the mound to make a quality pitch, when you got to worry about a guy stealing a base. And the biggest key, Dwayne, is the fact you've got to make a quality pitch, and that had the fact that this guy can distract you. Don't let your move to the plate, you're maybe shortening your leg stride a little bit, get quicker, so it affects your stuff.
And a chop to third, that's a foul ball. That's a foul ball. And McGee, who came inches away from having himself another hit, will have to come back to the plate.
Well, we talked about his infield, his success having base hits back in 1985. Had 74 of them right there. Still shows that he still can get down the line.
So Willie McGee at 37, playing today in the place of the injured Ron Gant. Gant with the bad left shoulder. There he is.
And I'm sure they're going to make sure that he's good and healthy before he gets back in the lineup. But anytime you have a tear and it doesn't get repaired, you just keep on injuring that thing.
The 2-2 and a foul ball. Kyle's going to have to make another pitch to McGee.
When he did that, he slid home head first and jammed that shoulder, reaching for home plate. And the next day is when he really felt that he could barely get his shirt on. And when he got in the training room, it took Gene Gieselman, the trainer of the St. Louis Cardinals, to help him get his shirt off. That's how bad he felt. But I talked to him today. He says he thinks he'll be ready by the West Coast swing on Sunday.
Cardinals here for a lengthy homestand, a 12-gamer, before they hit the road. Kyle to try the 2-2 again. Down the first, unassisted for Bagwell. and that retires the side. But Ozzie Smith's home run is second of the year. Plates 2 runs for the Cardinals in the inning, and as we've completed 4, the Cardinals trail the Astros 7-5.
Presenting a great leap forward in batteries. Introducing Duracell Power Check, the only battery with a fuel gauge, so you can see how much power it has. New Duracell Power Check, the world's most advanced battery.
Ramada is a nice place. Holiday Inn is a nice place. But when you stay 4 nights at Ramada, you can order one of over 100 Republic Picture videos absolutely free. Here, you'll get 4 nights older. So you can go home with a great personality or no personality. And maybe that's why last year 23 million people chose Ramada over Holiday Inn. All things being equal, we're better. So call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
I know it's a new school, honey, but you'll make lots of friends.
Attention, class. Meet our new student, Timothy Hayes. Lunch break, class.
His name is Timmy. It's sort of a surprise.
Hi, Timmy Hayes? Yes?
Your pizzas are here. Sometimes all you need is a pizza from Pizza Hut.
Anyone want some pizza?
It's a class act.
Hi.
You love the stuff we made at Pizza Hut.
Okay, driving lesson number 1. Tap the brake lightly.
Right. Keep your eyes on the road! Sorry.
Okay, now, don't be nervous. It's only our lives.
Kelly Springfield tires are designed to go a long way, and we've got the warranties to prove it. So go.
Very good. Thank you. I think you're ready for the real test. Mall traffic.
Cool.
Get every mile you can out of life.
So I could drop you off at home for...
Oh, no.
Astros lead the Cardinals 7-5 as we move into the top of the 5th inning from St. Louis. A spectacular shot provided by the Bud 1 airship, which was seen by millions of international sports fans recently as it flew over the Centennial Olympic Games in Atlanta. In St. Louis today for Game 1 of this 3-game series between the Astros and the Cardinals. And the Cardinals have a new pitcher. Osborne started, Pitkazik for 2/3, and now Rich Batchelor, recently up from the minor leagues, makes his 3rd appearance without a record. Batchelor will be facing the man who opened the Astro 4th inning with a home run, Sean Berry. Batchelor spent a number of years in the Yankees organization. There he is to open the 5th. And the pitch is blowing outside, ball 1. Berry 2 for 2. 2 extra base hits with a double and a home run. This turned out to be a key acquisition made by the Astros and their general manager, Jerry Hunsaker, picked up from the Expos. 2 balls and no strikes.
Rotator cuff seemed to be the topic of a lot. We're talking about Berry with a bad shoulder. Ozzie Smith used to have one, now Ron Gann, and this is the reason why we're looking at Berry with 22 errors at 3rd base. Basically, all of them have been on the throwing area.
Down to first base, and Mabry will make the play unassisted for the out.
But the great thing about it is that Terry Collins said he has been a player that has not said one thing, has not wanted to be out of the lineup, and Terry, a little surprised. He was told maybe this was a guy that didn't want to play every day when he was in Montreal, but Terry had nothing but great things to say about him. Again, another gamer that Terry can depend on, never to take himself out of the lineup, and that's what you're looking for in your players, to have that kind of mindset, mentality when they come to the ballpark. Please don't take me out of the ball game. Get me in that lineup. Give me some at-bats. I want to help this situation.
James Mouton. Mouton drove in a run in the 1st inning and then bunted his way out in the 4th. He's ahead in the count, a ball to no strikes. The count is 1-1. Mouton playing left field. John Cangelosi is still hurting after he was hit in the knee by a pitch in that Cardinal Astro series down in Houston.
Yeah, Alan Bennett's got him with a fastball in on the knee, and he's really not been able to recover. Had it drained a couple times, took a lot of some blood and some fluid out of there, but he's also recovering from that that championship wrestling fight up in Montreal. So I mean, but as soon as he got over that, he had a bad back and a bad neck after Jeff Duden practically body slammed him. He comes back, he starts to feel good, he gets hit on the knee. So it's been a rough couple of weeks for John Cangelosi.
There's a strike call, and the count is 2-2. Cangelosi gave away not only a few pounds, but a few inches in that match.
I think it's a lot of pounds and maybe a few feet. I'll give John some credit. He really, and his teammates really stepped up the respect level for him after getting a few swings on Jeff Duden.
Breaking ball stays up. The count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, I mean, those fights, they look ugly, and I know that the league doesn't like them, and I know the baseball fans don't like them, but sometimes those are the things that can really take a team and make it gel together.
The 3-2 lifted into right center. Langford is there, and he makes the catch for the out. 2 gone here in the 5th inning. Tonight at 7:30 Eastern and every Monday, NFL Prime Monday, with host Mike Tirico and Sterling Sharp. There with the news and views of yesterday's NFL action, plus a preview of tonight's ABC Monday Night Football matchup. That'll be between the Bears and the Cowboys, all coming up tonight and every Monday, NFL Prime Monday. Ricky Gutierrez, he singled home a run his last time, fouls it out of play. We're in the 5th. We've had 12 runs and 19 hits in this game, in contrast to that 4-game series in Houston.
Yeah, they only scored 15 down there, so it's taken on a different personality. But I think it's a lot more fun to watch runs being scored than those 1-0 or 2-1 games.
The count is a ball and a strike.
And of course, that's my perspective.
Well, you're a hitter.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, but you're a pretty good outfielder. You appreciate good defense.
Well, I tell you what, good defense usually comes when there's a lot of runs being scored. Not when it's, you know, 1-0 or 2-1 game, because pitchers are just making quality pitches and hitters aren't getting the barrel on the ball very often. And when that happens, is a lot of times your defense, even though the game's moving along, has a tendency to get on its heels because they're not having balls hit to them.
Yeah, but you better have good defense in those 1-0 games, as Langford showed the other day. He made not only that diving catch,
that's right,
on the ball hit by Hunter, but he went back on a ball hit by Bell and ran down a fly ball. So he hit the home run, made 2 sparkling defensive plays. And I guess what we're saying is baseball gives you a mix of both, and I'm not sure I'd like the preponderance of one over the other. A nice mixture through 6 or 7 months of the season is all right. Base hit into right field. Jordan returns it to the infield, and Gutierrez is 2 for 3. So a 2-out single. And here's Kurt Manwaring, the catcher. Manwaring doubled and scored in the 4th inning. Came over from the Giants, and when they made that trade, some of his Giants teammates weren't very happy.
No, they weren't, and they understand, because Kurt Manwaring is really a guy that can really play every day, help that pitching staff, shut down a running game, block balls. He's going to help you offensively, and that's what, you know, that is the reason why he finds himself here in Houston. Terry Collins really wanted a guy that he could depend on to shut down a running game. He certainly doesn't have Eusebio, who's known as an offensive catcher, not a defensive catcher.
Yeah, and that's one thing Manwaring has done since coming to Houston. He's thrown out 47% of the runners attempting to steal against the Astros. The count is a ball and a strike. Astros with 3 runs in the 1st and 4 in the 4th inning. Cardinals a single marker in the 1st and 2 each in the 2nd and 4th frames. So it's 7-5 Houston as we play in the 5th with 2 outs. 2 balls and a strike to count on Manwaring.
When Rick Wilkins, who was the catcher at the beginning of the year for Houston, they really thought they were going to get a lot of production out of him. They knew maybe they were going to suffer a little bit defensively with him behind the plate, but when they weren't getting any offensive production out of him, they really needed to get a guy that could compliment Eusebio, who really can swing the bat.
There goes the runner. A good jump and a foul ball well out of play.
So that's why they made the deal to bring him over here from San Francisco.
Gutierrez on his way back to first base. He's aboard with a 2-out single. Astros looking for their first win of the year in this ballpark. And again, in the overall season series, had lost 7 straight until splitting a 4-game series with the Cardinals in Houston. The Cardinals and the Astros in St. Louis on Labor Day. Hope you're enjoying your holiday wherever you may be hosting friends and family. Did he go? Yes, he did. Manwaring is out of there on strikes. The Astros pick up a hit, but no runs and leave a man. And we're going into the bottom half of inning 5 from St. Louis with the Astros 7 and the Cardinals 5.
It's a game with unmatched history.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Filled with great players and great moments. Now, Sports Illustrated brings you baseball the way it was meant to be with SI's exclusive Classic Baseball Collection. You'll get the extraordinary 2-video boxed set, The History of Baseball, plus your choice of a classic baseball cap from one of the game's historic teams. And best of all, SI's Classic Baseball Collection is free with your paid subscription to Sports Illustrated.
Hello, babe. How do you feel?
With the history of baseball, you'll get a chance to relive an era when baseball was larger than life. And with your classic baseball cap, you can choose from any one of 4 historic teams. The Brooklyn Dodgers of 1955. The 1951 New York Giants. The 1975 Boston Red Sox. Or the legendary New York Yankees.
And Joe DiMaggio, Josie Joe is up there, right-hand hitter.
Call now. Use your credit card. Get 54 issues of Sports Illustrated, including the spectacular baseball preview and our famous swimsuit issue for only $1.48 an issue. You save 55% off the cover price. Plus, you'll get SI's Classic Baseball Collection free. So pick your team, the Brooklyn Dodgers, the New York Giants, the Boston Red Sox, or the New York Yankees. There's nothing like SI's Classic Baseball Collection, and there's nothing in the world like Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
We have a 2-run ball game in St. Louis as we go into the bottom of the 5th inning. Astros 7 and the Cardinals 5. Cardinals sending the middle of their order up against Darryl Kile. Brian Jordan is 1 out of 2. Hit the ball to the warning track in left back in the 3rd inning. Sent Mouton back there, and the first pitch is up and in a little bit, ball 1. Kyle has surrendered 5 runs, 10 hits, looking for his 11th win. He has been supported by 7 runs, but it has been a struggle today. The breaking ball misses, and he is behind Jordan. 2 balls, no strikes.
And you just said it. He's been behind. He has not gotten his breaking ball over, and that's why he has given up those 2 leads.
He misses again, and now it's 3-0 on Jordan. Barry Collins and Brent Strom would love to see Kyle give them at least 5 innings. And there's a strike. It's 3-1, especially with his lead and 7 runs. You see Collins in the middle with Matt Galante and Julio Linares. Linares to the right of Collins there. There is ball 4. It may be a little bit of a challenge. We'll see how Now Collins' patience runs with Kile. That's his line so far. He's walked the leadoff man in the 5th inning. Never a good sign for a pitcher. And here's John Mabry. As Terry Collins looks on, there's some stirring down in the Houston bullpen, situated under the stands here. As Mabry fouls it out of play, strike one.
Take a look at his style. He hits an awful lot like Fred McGriff, the first baseman for Atlanta Braves. He kind of, after he swings, takes that helicopter loop around his head, but at this point in his career doesn't have the home run power that Fred McGriff has. Still built kind of the same, not as big, not as heavy, but right there you can see the little helicopter move after he swings, reminiscent of Fred McGriff.
Jordan back in at first. The Astros led by 3. Cardinals tied. The Astros led by 4. Cardinals have cut that to 2. Mabry behind, reaching, and the count is 0-2.
Yeah, he's really struggled here in August too, along with Jordan. These are, again, 4 or 5 hitters in your lineup you need the production out of. And that guy right there, even though he has been down in a home run production and RBI production, still a threat to steal a base. Good outfield here in St. Louis with Gant when he's healthy, Langford, Jordan, guys who can hit the ball at the ballpark, steal a base, put pressure on a defense, throw people out. Exciting outfield here in St. Louis.
Mabry sends it into left center field, slicing toward Mouton, who's going to make the catch for the first out. Mabry goes to left, 1 gone.
This is one of the things that the Cardinals wouldn't like to see John do a little less of. I mean, that is hitting the ball to left field. He's a big, strong kid, and at some point, I think he's really going to have to learn to start turning on some fastballs and use his leverage and his length. I mean, he's got a big loop in his swings. Use that to hit some home runs, and I think over time, he's still a young kid. Only with a couple years under his belt, I think he's going to be a real good, productive player for St. Louis. And obviously, they believe the same thing by keeping him and not dealing him to Pittsburgh for the Jeff King deal.
Now Gary Gaetti. Gaetti's 1 out of 2. Kile misses outside for a ball. The challenge for the Astros in regard to Kile is to find some consistent mechanics for him. It varies sometimes not only outing to outing, but inning to inning, and sometimes hitter to hitter and pitch to pitch. Gaetti sends one straight away center. Hunter has room there and makes the catch for the out. 2 gone with a man at first, and we'll check in with Gary Miller.
Going back to Olympic Stadium, where William Van Landingham had a shutout going against the Expos, now facing his old rotation mate, Mark Leiter, who helped his own cause. Singles in Grudzelanic. It's a 1-all game. The Expos start the day a half game back to the Dodgers for the wild card. Now it's 2-1 Giants.
Thanks, Gary. Major implications for the Expos there, as you point out, battling in that wild card race. A half game back of the Dodgers. Seems to be the focus right now with the Cardinals and the Astros battling over in the Central Division. There's a curveball over for a strike to Tom Pagnozzi.
A lot of people don't realize, but pitching and hitting are so similar. You wouldn't think they are, but it's really where your front foot is down and where your hands are when you go to hit, and where your front foot is down and when you go to pitch. I mean, that is really where you get consistency in your swing and you get consistency in your delivery. I mean, if your foot is down and your arm position is not in the same position every pitch like it is for Kyle. Sometimes his arms trail a little bit. It's in front a little bit. He's landing maybe on his heel a little bit. It's the same thing with hitting. If you have that front foot down and your hands back, you're always going to give yourself a chance to hit the ball hard. It's when you carry your hands, your foot's not down quite good enough, is when you really find yourself mechanically in trouble. And that's why Kyle, like you said, has been an inconsistent pitcher, because his mechanics have been inconsistent.
Now here to Pagnozzi. He's made 2 good pitches to him. A good breaking ball for a called strike. Pagnozzi trying to check the swing for the foul ball for 0-2. He drops down a bit here and misses. The count is a ball and 2 strikes.
And it's the first time we've seen him drop down today. You know, from a guy who really has mechanical problems when it comes to pitching, you wouldn't expect to see that, but we did right there.
Over to first again on Jordan, whom he walked on 4 consecutive. Well, not 4 consecutive pitches. He got behind him 3-0 through a strike and then walked Jordan to open the 5th. Retired the next 2 and now is ahead of Pagnozzi, a ball and 2 strikes. And a foul out of play.
When he dropped down there, it kind of reminded me of a guy that absolutely had no mechanics when it came to pitching. Louis Tiant, who really had no release point, no mechanics, just threw the ball whenever I mean, his release point was whenever he was throwing a breaking ball, fastball, whatever the situation was, it didn't matter. Maybe the most recent guy is probably Bob Walker, who threw over the top, three-quarter, had an eephus pitch, really did it all, had different release points.
And Ozzie skies another one out of play. Holding the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Kile coming into this game 10-8 off of last year when he struggled. He was 4-12 and spent a brief period at Tucson. He was 2-1 there. 21 starts with the Astros a year ago and a handful of relief appearances. This year 10-8. This is his 28th start. All of this out of a guy who no-hit the New York Mets in September of '93. On his way to a 15-win season that year. Pagnozzi stays alive again. Kyle was 15-8 in 1993. Came up in '91 with 7-11 that year. So he's shown the Astros the kind of resilient arm that you have to like.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a strong arm. Let's not forget that point. I mean, he's still got a great fastball. And like I said earlier in the game, he's still got one of the best curveballs in the National League.
The count is 2-2. But consistency has been the problem with Kyle. Only 7 years old. He's 2-2 with Pagnozzi. And the breaking ball, Pagnozzi stays in there and fouls it out of play. Well, Pagnozzi battling Kyle here. Bottom of inning 5. Houston trying to add to its game-and-a-half lead in the Central. There's a line drive, base hit into right center field. Hunter with the pickup. Jordan goes to third. They hold Pagnozzi to a single. So Pagnozzi, after getting down 0-2, really battled for that hit.
Yeah, he really did. He really fouled off a lot of quality pitches by Kyle. Kyle threw a couple of curveballs, kept fouling them off, fouling them off right here. Throws right into Tom Pagnozzi's wheelhouse. Loves the ball away from him, especially fastballs away. And when you do that, you play right into his hand.
So with 2 outs, the Cardinals have runners at first and third. They've had runners everywhere, as have had the Astros for most of the day. We've had only one 1-2-3 inning, and that was the Houston second. Now here's Luis Alicea, who's been tough on Houston pitching this year. 1 for 2 today. Kyle misses, ball 1 to him.
You can see right here Jeff Bagwell holding up Pagnozzi. Pagnozzi not a base stealing threat, so I'm a little surprised they're not behind the bag with Alicea hitting, and Alicea driving a ball by the first baseman in the first inning.
Kyle trying to bring this one to the back door, and it missed. So he's behind Alicea. 2 balls and no strikes. Study and patience in the Houston dugout. All 3.
They actually had on one of the local radio stations here in St. Louis, actually had a call-in contest who was the slowest catcher in the history of the St. Louis Cardinals, and it was between Mike LaValliere and Tampagnozzi, and I've got to say with Little Kile, I didn't find out what the results were of that survey.
The 3-0 is a strike call. 3-1. Will Belke, our producer, tells us that those returns were slow coming in. The count. And a high pop-up. Will it stay playable? Bagwell toward the dugout, has a play and makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals with a couple base runners. They leave them both. We're 7-5 Houston through 5.
Turn it up to maximum dance. Get the party started with 24 full-force dance tracks on 2 kickin' CDs. Free with your paid subscription to Entertainment Weekly. Call now and get these 2 CDs or audio cassettes absolutely free when you subscribe to Entertainment Weekly. Call now to maximize your dance collection and get 30 issues for 4 monthly installments of only $5.99. That's almost 70% off the cover price.
Get out with LPP. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
So grab your credit card and pick up the phone for maximum satisfaction. Save almost 70% on Entertainment Weekly and get the maximum dance CDs absolutely free.
When people work together. When you're part of something bigger. When you take pride in how you look. When you know you're a team. At Aramark, we know great things happen when you put on a uniform. Aramark Uniform Services, America's largest uniform company.
The time will be 7:30 p.m.
Monday nights, your NFL action starts at 7:30. Mike Tirico and Sterling Sharp take you deep inside the NFL. It's time to catch NFL Prime Monday on Monday nights on ESPN at 7:30.
We've gone through 5 with the Astros leading the Cardinals 7-5 with Andy Van Slyke. Dwayne Stats from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. First game of a 3-game series. Where's the baseball etiquette gone, Andy?
Well, there isn't any when you're in a pennant race, Dwayne. You can see right here, I'll say pops the ball up. And now watch Bagwell. He's drifting. Now check out the Cardinal bench. He gets no help. Let me tell you, if the Cardinals are out 20 games and Houston's out 20 games, he gets help. But you can see a little bit of an effort there, but not an honest effort from that Cardinal bench. When you're a game and a half out chasing the team that you want to beat, everybody's saying the ball's out of play. Don't worry about it.
Well, we're headed into the 6th, and Kile is going to be lifted. So the Astros get 5 innings out of their starter. Bob Abreu, a good-looking young hitter out of the Houston system, will come on to pinch hit for Kile. Abreu had a good year at the AAA level this year, and he faces Rich Batchelor, making his major league debut. Abreu pinch hitting, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. Five innings for Kile, and he departs leading 7-5. 0-2 the count.
Yeah, they really think this kid's going to be a good player, Dwayne. I mean, he can really do it all. He can hit for power, and he's got good speed. He had 25 stolen bases down there at AAA, so they really think that this is a future outfielder for the Houston Astros.
He taps this one foul down the right side. He was at Tucson in the Pacific Coast League this year, finished with an on-base percentage of .392 and a slugging percentage of .464 down there in 127 games. Pitch is down and in. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Ryu to be followed by the top of the order, Hunter and Biggio. 2 balls, 2 strikes. For the Astros, the damage down in the first with 3 and the fourth with 4. The 2-2, fly ball into left. Willie McGee is right there waiting and makes the catch for the first out. Let's check in with Gary in the studio.
Dwayne, they're underway at Three Rivers, and a bad start for the Rockies, who start the day 5 out in the wild card. Mark Johnson goes down and gets the Kevin Ritz offering, puts it in right field. That knocked in Martin. It's 1-0. Kingery's knocked in Johnson. It's 2-0. And then a big blow at Shea. Mark Clark had the lead, but Todd Hollandsworth hits his 10th home run of the year. He's had a tremendous week for the Dodgers. He puts them up 4-3 with his 10th home run of the year. Back to you.
Here, the top of the order for the Astros. Brian Hunter bounces one to short. Ozzie Smith gets rid of that one, and it's over there in time. That ability to get rid of the ball quickly, key in that situation.
Well, it is key for Ozzie because he doesn't have the arm strength he had early in his career. So he's basically catching it and just flipping it over there as soon as he can, and he knows that Hunter can run well, so he charges the ball perfectly and just flips it over there, and he knows he still has time and enough on it to get him. You know, the only problem is when he has to go in the hole with a speedy runner. That's when you start running into trouble, trying to get these speedy runners out. I mean, he just doesn't have the arm strength to get the ball over there like he used to.
Now, Craig Biggio. Pitch to him is low. 2 outs, bases empty. We're in the 6th inning. Astros and the Cardinals. Batchelor, the 3rd pitcher of the day for Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. Biggio swings through this one. The count is 1-1. Astros have lifted their starting pitchers, so we'll see their bullpen when this game swings into the bottom of the 6th. They got 5 out of Kile today. 2 balls and a strike. Kile around long enough to figure in the decision. He worked 5 and departs leading. Balls, 2 strikes. Batchelor had some success as a relief pitcher and actually a pretty substantial closer at times in the minor leagues. Feature the split-fingered pitch. A 2-2 count to Biggio. Biggio works it all the way to 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And like most split finger pitchers who really rely on it, you can see right there, he's already got the split finger grip, and he's trying not to show his cards right there by keeping his glove wide open and not give away what pitch is coming. And he makes the adjustment when he gets this sign. He'll take it out of that split finger position and grab it with the seams if he throws a fastball.
The 3-2 popped into short right center. Jordan is coming in for this one and makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Bottom of the 6th coming. 7-5 Houston.
So you want me to tell you about some of the things that are on my Discover card statement? I travel quite a bit. Ooh, I didn't know that the golf balls were around here. I'll take out $100 to buy the bait, gas up the boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that? It pays to Discover.
There's a dockside celebration going on right now at Red Lobster. Hurry in and enjoy the biggest harvest of the season with our dockside feast. Lobster tail, snow crab, and roasted shrimp at the lowest price in years. Now at Red Lobster.
You're ready to quit. Great. Now, Which patch? Single strength Nicotrol? But that means one single step. If you're not comfortable with that, you may want Nicoderm CQ. CQ's a 3-strength program. You start with the highest strength and gradually step down till you free yourself of nicotine. And gradual is the method doctors prefer 4 to 1. Nicoderm CQ. The power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to quit successfully.
Ramada is a nice place. Holiday Inn is a nice place. But when you stay 4 nights at Ramada, you can order one of over 100 Republic Picture videos absolutely free. Here, you'll get 4 nights older. So you can go home with a great personality or no personality. And maybe that's why last year, 23 million people chose Ramada over Holiday Inn. All things being equal, we're better. So call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
Astros lead the Cardinals 7-5 as the Cardinals come in to hit in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Cardinals at the end of May this year found themselves 7 games under 500. But they're just a game and a half behind the Astros in the National League's Central Division now. Tony La Russa thought they might have been pressing a little bit early, but was confident that things would turn around, and they have.
Well, this Cardinal club, since the opening day, has given their best effort, and that's what Tony La Russa said. He just thought if this club, with the talent that they had, if they just came to the ballpark and gave their best effort, eventually things would work out. But, you know, sometimes when a new management comes in, new coaches, you make a few changes with your players. Sometimes it takes the players a while to adjust to Tony La Russa style, or any manager's style for that fact. So, you know, establishing relationships with your managers and your coaches, that takes time too. So, you know, at this point of the season, I think he's pretty satisfied, especially with the start they had. He finds himself only a game and a half out. And he says the team has never given up, and that's what he's most impressed about this ball club.
It's a 7-5 ball game with the Astros leading by a couple. Their new pitcher is Al Mormon coming on for Kile. 5 innings for Kile. And Rich Batchelor will be lifted, and Royce Clayton will pinch hit for the Cardinals. So Batchelor's out of there and Clayton on. Mormon on for the 48th time with a record of 3-1. He throws a fastball by Clayton, strike 1.
And Mormon, the only left-hander that the Astros have right now, Wagner being down. Wagner, great find for him. Young kid, throws a good hard fastball. But right now he finds himself on the DL. So Terry Collins a little short in the bullpen with left-handed pitching.
Mormon misses. The count is 1-1. Mormon at times with some control problems. I'd feel a little bit better about him if he could be more consistent in that department. Facing Clayton, who steps out. Clayton pinch hitting for Batchelor. 2 good innings for Batchelor. Gave up a hit, picked up a strikeout, no runs. All the Houston runs started charged to the starter Osborne. Clayton fouls it out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
A lot has been said, a lot has been talked about Royce Clayton coming here to St. Louis and taking over for Ozzie Smith. And I tell you, the fact that I'm a resident of the St. Louis area, I had an opportunity to see Ozzie handle the situation, Royce Clayton handle the situation. Both of them handled it with the utmost professionalism. And you got to like the fact that Ozzie was almost to the point where you, like Ozzie was complaining that he was not getting enough playing time.
The 1-2 is popped up by Clayton. And Gutierrez is there to make the catch. So Clayton pops to short. And that's going to bring Ozzie Smith. And that shortstop situation was something of a challenge, but Tony La Russa satisfied with the way it's turned out.
Well, it's really a healthy situation for us, and there's no doubt that both could play more than they're playing. But they've been such troopers and teammates about the way they've handled it, that as far as the Cardinals, you know, we're making out like champs. We've got quality play every day that we take the field. Today Ozzie plays, and he'll give us a real good game. Tomorrow Royce will play. It's been a good situation, but tough for both players.
Ozzie Smith batting right-handed. Fouls this one out of play. Strike 1. Last time up, Ozzie belted a home run from the left side of the plate. For the 2nd time this year, only the 5th time in his career that he has hit one out from the left side. And who could forget the first time Ozzie hit one out left-handed? Him in the playoffs off Tom Niedenfuhr. This pitch just missed. Mormon thought he had a strike, and the count is 1-1. Ozzie connected in the National League Championship Series in '85. And the Cardinals a 3-2 win. 2 balls and a strike. And he went on to be the MVP of the NLCS that year. And lined one out of here in the 4th inning off Darryl Kile. Facing Mormon. And the count goes out to 3 balls and a strike.
And both of those balls hit off the top of the wall. And I mean, it was almost reminiscent of that home run. I remember it well. I was on the bench. I got a pretty good angle of it, hit the top of the wall. And just like his home run last time, off the top of the wall.
Ozzie draws the walk, so Mormon gives up a free pass. He got the first man that walks, Ozzie Smith, who's been on base 3 times today, and the time they got him out, he drove in a run with a ground ball to second. Anytime the Cardinals get a base runner, that tying run, the potential tying run, steps to the plate. As a result of the 2-run Ozzie home run in the 4th. Cardinals left 2 men on in the 5th inning. Left the man on in the 4th following the home run. And here's Langford, who has home run power. Mormon misses to him. Ball 1.
Yeah, he does have home run power, but has no home runs against left-handed pitching this year. So this is a pretty good spot to go ahead and pick your first home run against left-handed pitching.
Ozzie Smith back in at first. Another look at how close it was.
Well, you got 3 different type of leads right there. Over at first base, you can either take a lead where you're going on the first movement against the left-hander, take a big lead, so you're going to go back, and also a lead where you can go both ways. So I'm not really sure what Ozzie's thinking right now, but despite what he is thinking, he's definitely got a pretty good lead over there.
Pitch is inside. A 2-ball, no strike count. Mormon's going to get a visit after walking Ozzie Smith and falling behind Langford. And Brent Strom, the Houston pitching coach, is on his way to the mound as well.
I'm sure it's just to remind him to concentrate on the hitter, because Ozzie Smith, I mean, he still can steal a base, but he's going to keep that hole open for Langford, who likes to pull the ball on the ground, especially against left-handed pitching.
So Mormon behind in the count, 2-0. Coming up Thursday, Notre Dame against Vanderbilt, number 6. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern from Commodore Stadium. Ron Paulus returns, missing most of last year with the injury, and Damian Allen returns at quarterback for Vandy. Mormon continues the 2-0 count to Langford. There's a strike. Clayton popped out. Ozzie Smith walked. And now Langford has a count of 2-1 as he faces the left-hander Mormon. There's ball 3-1. Mormon, 27 years old. The last couple years at Tucson, used primarily as a reliever. Willie McGee is on deck. Base hit the other way. So the Cardinals have 2 men on with 1 out. That's a dozen St. Louis hits.
Well, this is what happens when you fall behind a hitter. He's got to throw a fastball, hits it the other way, and nice hitting. The ball's away from him. That's really the key here. He takes the ball and doesn't try to pull it. And when you do that, you have a way of finding holes. And if you're thinking about Willie McGee bunting the situation, I wouldn't count on it. Willie, not known as a bunter. And one of the things that makes Tony La Russa such a successful manager, he knows what his players can and can't do.
First and second with one out. McGee 2 for 3 on the day, hitting .297 for the year. And the breaking ball didn't have much of a swing. Strike one. McGee .319 with men in scoring position this year. Rick, you get into this part of the Cardinal order, and over the span of the season, McGee and Jordan and Mabry have been tough with men in scoring position. And a tap that's going to go through, a base hit to left. Here comes Smith in to score, and it's a one-run ball game. McGee didn't hit it hard, but hard enough to get it through the left side. It's 7-6.
Just an amazing hitter. Again, he swings at the first pitch, and it's out of the strike zone, but as a pitcher, you see a hitter wave at a breaking ball, you figure you got to throw another one, and he does, but he throws it close enough for Willie to hit it, and when you do that, again, it's very tough to pitch to Willie McGee because he can look so bad on one pitch, and he looks like an all-star on the next.
Terry Collins out to make the pitching change. That's it for Mormon. He got the first hitter and leaves with a score 7-6 Houston.
Here come the discount long-distance sales reps again. They'd like some more of your precious time.
Hello, Dolly. Everyone wants to know the facts of life. But look at the jam I'm in. I can fix that.
Only Danka offers copiers, fax machines, and digital systems with its world-class commitment to service.
You're wise beyond your years, Danka man. So what is the true meaning of life? Leave your number. I will fax you.
Danka. World-class products, world-class service.
Introducing the Michelin X1 with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty. It has better wet traction than any rain tire, plus Michelin control in any driving condition. Because you don't just cover a lot of miles, you cover a lot of weather.
At Glidden, we know how hard it can be to find time to paint. That's why spread satin is formulated to cover the first time, so you can finish in less time. Glidden, a better way to paint.
Fix Up can be fun with Glidden's Home Improvement Sweepstakes. You could see home improvement live, plus other great prizes. See your participating Glidden retailer for details.
Gary Miller with you in the studio. It is a triple header Labor Day for you. Right after we finish in Busch, we go out to Oakland, and David Cone returns to the majors. He likens this to a postseason game, his return to the Yankee staff.
The anxiety level and the nervousness rank right up there with any game I've ever pitched. In the '92 World Series with the Blue Jays, or in the '88 playoffs at Dodger Stadium with the Mets, or All-Star games. I'm certainly very anxious and very apprehensive, but this game really ranks up there with just about any game I've ever pitched.
Now the Yankees have seen their lead drop to 4 over Baltimore. So that will be coming up following our game. Here in St. Louis, the Astros call upon Xavier Hernandez. This is the second time around for Hernandez in an Astros uniform. And he follows Mormon. Brian Jordan will be the hitter.
Well, like Pat Kaiser or the Cardinals, this is a guy who relies on a forkball out of strike zone, so it's going to take the impatience of the Cardinals to get themselves out and for him to be successful. Right there, first pitch forkball.
Blown outside, ball 1. Jordan against Hernandez, 1 of 9 lifetime with 3 strikeouts. But with men in scoring position this year, Jordan hitting over 400 last year. He hit .321 with men in scoring position, and coming into the game today was hitting .421. But there's a ground ball to short. Gutierrez, Biggio 1, first base 2, as Hernandez comes in to throw the double play ball and retire the side. Cardinals settle for 1, and at the end of 6, we have a 1-run ball game. Houston 7 and St. Louis 6.
I know it's a new school, honey, but you'll make lots of friends.
Attention, class. Meet our new student, Timothy Hayes. Lunch break, class.
His name is Timmy. It's sort of a surprise.
Hi, Timmy Hayes?
Yes?
Your pizzas are here.
Sometimes all you need is a pizza from Pizza Hut.
Anyone want some pizza?
It's a class act.
Hi.
You love the stuff we made on Pizza Hut.
It's a game with unmatched history.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Filled with great players and great moments. Now, Sports Illustrated brings you SI's exclusive classic baseball collection. You'll get the extraordinary 2-video box set, The History of Baseball, and the classic baseball cap of your choice, both free with your paid subscription to SI. Choose your cap from any of 4 historic teams. The Brooklyn Dodgers of 1955, the 1951 New York Giants, the 1975 Boston Red Sox, or the legendary New York Yankees. Call now and get SI's classic baseball collection free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 55% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Don't miss out on the classic baseball collection from Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
It's a one-run ball game as we head into the 7th inning in St. Louis. The Astros leading the Cardinals 7-6. Another good house in St. Louis where they've been averaging over 32,000 per opening. Now the Cardinals, with a payroll of $38 million, will make money this year. And that harkens back to 1967 when they drew a little over $2 million and had the first $1 million lineup. They won 101 games that year, and there's some great players right there. See Roger Maris, the late Roger Maris, on the left side. Mike Shannon, now a Cardinal broadcaster, part of that crew. They made money that year as well.
Well, they did, and like you said, $1 million lineup, and that's, when you think about it, that's 9 guys, and then the average salary being around $1 million, it's really a different standard of which we talk about income and when we talk about Major League Baseball players.
Cardinals bring on their 4th pitcher of the day, T.J. Matthews. Chancellor gave them 2 good innings in the middle. And now Matthews will face Jeff Bagwell to open the 7th. Bagwell has 3 runs batted in today. And the first pitch is a ball. Bagwell double home a run in the 1st, singled home 2 in the 4th.
Some people think there's a shrinking strike zone, and that's a pretty good indication of why. That pitch looked like a pretty good pitch that obviously Charlie Ruffin didn't think that caught the plate. Charlie right there, known as a guy very consistent, gets in few arguments with players, and that's it. Again, when you see a guy behind the plate who doesn't get in arguments, really this is the first time we've said anything about Charlie. Very consistent, good umpire here in the National League.
Counts 2-1 on Bagwell. And a foul ball, so the count is 2-2. Bagwell, only the 5th Astro ever to go 20-20 with his 20 stolen bases. You don't necessarily think of him as a man who would steal 20, and those stolen bases go along with the 29 home runs. Interesting point about the strike zone, Andy. And when you talk to hitters and they, well, the shrinking strike zone, maybe it's not as high as it should be or used to be. But a lot of hitters will tell you it might be as wide or maybe wider. There is ball 3. And Matthews having a little problem getting a called strike, and the count goes to 3-2. But
no, you're right
about the width of the strike zone.
You're absolutely right, and you can see this pitch. Look at where the umpire is. He's set up in the inside. He can see the inside part of the plate, and he can see that that pitch didn't touch the inside part of the plate.
Bagwell, after the breaking ball, is out on strikes. So Matthews to 3-2 and got him with a breaking ball.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is a slider that's down and away. Looks more like a ball than the previous pitch, but if you're going to see pitches that, as a viewer at home, you don't think that they are strikes, it's usually the pitch that is off the plate, because it is the umpire here in the National League that sets up in the inside. Take a look where Charlie Rufford is right here. He sets up in the inside, and it's really difficult to see the outside pitch. Now, back 30 or 40 years ago, they used to have the balloon, and they used to sit right over the catcher's head with that balloon. And the strike zone probably was different 30 years ago when they used a balloon. So what the umpires do today is they give you a little bit wider, but you got to throw it in a different type of area than you did 30 years ago.
1 strike to count on Derek Bell.
The strike zone used to be up and down, and I think maybe today it's a little bit wider.
you know, and that's one of the reasons I think you see a lot of hitters take issue with a pitch inside, and when they're hit by a pitch, they have to stride into the plate to protect the width of the strike zone now.
You are absolutely right, and more hitters today are diving than they ever have, and it's because of that. I mean, if you take the mound and you know the umpire is giving you 3-4 inches off the corner, or maybe the umpire just thinks that they're on the corner, whatever the case may be, you're going to continually go out there and get that pitch. And as a hitter, you make the adjustment. You can see here, Derek Bell, he dives across the plate. Bagwell obviously dives across the plate. He's been hit 4 times in that hand.
The 1-2 and a base hit up the middle.
So you just condition yourself to dive across the plate. And when a ball comes in, you know, all these hitters today, they get all upset.
So Derek Bell on the 1-2 pitch strokes himself a base hit, his first hit of the day.
Again, look at where this pitch is. Slider down and away. Because he's diving, reaching out, gets the barrel on it.
Now Sean Berry. Berry is 2 for 3, including a home run to open the 4th inning when the Astros scored 4. And at that time, they grabbed a 7-3 lead. It's now a 7-6 ball game. A little close there. Spins him back, ball 1.
Yeah, but it's really not that close, though, Dwayne. The thing is, again, Berry, like most hitters, they're looking away. You start really from the outside part of the plate and you work in. And this pitch is really not that far off the plate. Again, look at how close he is. He's looking on the outside part of the plate.
A ball, no strikes to count. Over to first. Derek Bell is back in there. Bell with a great percentage in the steal department. Up and down the lineup. Hunter has 28, Biggio 24, Bagwell 20, Bell 25. Even Berry has 12. Nuchon with 1 today, 21. Back to first, and Bell is in there. Runs and 24 hits in this game through 6 innings. Bell's at first with 1 out in the 7th. Osborne charged with all 7 runs, but Kaiser, Batchelor, and now Matthews have followed. Matthews throws a strike, and the count goes to 1-1. Cardinals and the Astros with 2 more in this series. Cardinals in on a 12-game homestand. This one stays inside. That count stands at 2 balls and a strike.
And this Cardinal bullpen has really been outstanding the last couple of weeks. And if it wasn't for this Cardinal bullpen, they might find themselves 3 or 4 games out of first place. And especially against the Astros, they only got a 1.93 ERA with in 1996 with 14 innings, so you can see what kind of job the starting pitching has done, except for today.
Count is 2-1 on the hitter. Derek Bell aboard at first base. Yeah, there's George Hendrick. In terms of baseball attire, Hendrick and Bell are on the opposite spectrum, opposite end of the spectrum. Derek showing all of that sock, and George one of the first to wear it all the way down with the pant leg. Jordan under the ball and is there to make the catch. Barry is out number 2. There's the contrast in the.
And right there, George Hendrick, he really was the trendsetter in the National League. I think this really started in the National League. He was the first guy. He actually would tuck his pants into his shoes. And you see a lot of players today, the modern day ball players, not showing any stripes or any socks. And George right there, you can see, was the setter back in the 1980s when he was here in St. Louis.
Here's James Mouton. Mouton has been on base a couple times, has scored a run and has a run batted in. As he faces the 26-year-old right-hander T.J. Matthews. Back in.
You know, when I first came up with the Cardinals back in '83, we used to have to show stripes, and when George Hendrick was on the team, he was the only guy who didn't have to show any stripes. They used to have these stripes. They used to run parallel to the ground, and you had to show so many stripes. It had been a Cardinal tradition for 40 or 50 years to show those stripes. Well, George got himself in a Cardinal uniform and never showed one stripe in his life. And now you don't see any more in the Cardinal uniforms. They all wear them low.
A pitch out on the first delivery to Mouton.
And it really is more comfortable because at the bottom of those pants you have that rubber band that is in the inside part of the uniform. You can see right there the little stitching at the bottom there. And so you can see the stripes through right there. See those stripes right through the pant leg? Well, you used to have to show those. Well, you don't have to do it anymore. And the reason why George would wear them down towards his ankle, he didn't felt the pressure on his calves, and he just was a lot more comfortable.
In this case, Matthews is still showing the stripes. You have to look a little harder.
You need some binoculars.
For T.J. Matthews, this is more or less pitching in front of the home folks up through the Cardinal system. He grew up in this area. Got into a little better than 20 games last year with the Cardinals. Split his time between Louisville and St. Louis. It was 1-1 a year ago. There's a 1-1 count with Mouton now. Two balls and a strike. Both starting pitchers gone. And for the moment, both still the pitchers of record. Kile for Houston and Osborne for St. Louis. The 2-1. And a strike on the edge. Magnozzi started to move up a little bit from his catching spot and got the called strike on Mouton.
You can see right here he was crossed up. Someone forgot what they were throwing. You can see he thought that was going to be a breaking ball way away. Someone gave a sign in Russian and someone received it in English, and they really got crossed up.
Charlie Relaford says, go out there and square that away.
I take that Russian comment back. He gave an Italian signal since it's Magnozzi.
That's right. Again, Matthews keeping an eye on Derek Bell. Bagwell struck out. Bell single. Sean Berry hit the fly ball to right. Now Mouton with a 2-2 count. That's going to be foul and headed for the seats. Well, the Cardinals averaging a little over 32,000, and today's crowd just under 33,000. So they're right on the mark. They come to enjoy Tony La Russa's edition of the St. Louis Cardinals. Matthews to Mouton, 2-2. Nothing doing for the Astros in the running department. Bell's still at first, and the count goes to 3-2 on Mouton.
It's an unusual situation to be throwing out 2-2 right there, Dwayne, and they must.
And a wave and a miss. Mouton out on strikes to retire the side. We're headed into the bottom of the seventh. 7-6 Houston.
Introducing the Michelin X1 with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty. It gives you better wet traction than any rain tire, plus control in any driving condition. After all, it hasn't rained that much in years.
It's a game with unmatched history.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Filled with great players and great moments. Now, Sports Illustrated brings you SI's exclusive classic baseball collection. You'll get the extraordinary 2-video box set, The History of Baseball, and the classic baseball cap of your choice, both free with your paid subscription to SI. Choose your cap from any of 4 historic teams. The Brooklyn Dodgers of 1955, the 1951 New York Giants, the 1975 Boston Red Sox, or the legendary New York Yankees. Call now and get SI's classic baseball collection free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 55% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Don't miss out on the classic baseball collection from Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
People call me Nails because they say I'm tough as nails. But I'll tell you, I haven't been tough enough to beat spit tobacco. I've tried, and I'm going to keep trying until I win. But until then, do both of us a favor. Copy my hustle. Copy my desire, but please don't copy my tobacco use.
Just play the game.
Message furnished by Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association.
Astros lead 7-6 in the middle of the 7th inning. The Cardinals coming in to hit. The Budweiser blimp and its eye-in-the-sky camera. Proud to provide you with these live shots 1,000 feet above Busch Stadium. This colorful blimp has become a familiar sight over prestigious events around the country. Here in St. Louis today for Game 1 of this 3-game series between the Astros and the Cardinals. Labor Day coverage on ESPN, and we have more baseball coming. 2 more games on ESPN. And our Labor Day coverage of the races continue. John Mabry opens the bottom of the 7th against Xavier Hernandez and swings over that first pitch, strike 1. Hernandez, 31-year-old right-hander. Hernandez originally in the Toronto Blue Jays system. Mabry lifts a pop fly, foul, and Bagwell chases it, makes the catch. That's the first out.
Again, you've never taught the backpedal here, but he doesn't quite run far enough to get to the spot. But again, Jeff Bagwell being a complete player makes it look easy. That's just a tough play. Anytime a ball's over your head and you got to start backpedaling, a lot of bad things can happen, especially when you're looking up into the sun.
Bagwell, as you know, originally a third baseman, and through the years has made an excellent transition over at first. And a lot of that because of sheer hard work. Here's Gary Gaetti. Outside, ball 1. Gaetti has a hit. 2nd inning single. Batting .266 for the year. And he pops it up. Gutierrez and Biggio. Biggio's there to grab it. 2 up, 2 down in the 7th. Let's check with Gary in the studio.
Dwayne, we take it to Three Rivers for a triple crown of home runs. Esteban Loaiza had a no-hitter going. Then, there after the 3rd, Vinny Castillo hit his 37th. The pitcher, Kevin Ritz, hit his first home run of the year. And Walt Weiss followed with just his 8th of the year. 3 solo homers. They take the lead. They've added another run now. It's the first National League team in history to hit 200 homers in consecutive seasons.
Well, the Rockies trying to turn it around a little bit after being swept by the Cardinals. They had lost 4 straight. Now Tom Pagnozzi bats with the bases empty and 2 gone. Pitch is low. Ball 1. Alan Bennis is throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, and he was listed with the bullpen pitchers today if needed.
And the reason right there, Andy being pushed up, they have a day off Thursday. Andy's going to be pushed up to Wednesday, taking his brother's spot. So I wonder if they're going to be talking about that little move on the off day. But it really what it does is sets up your rotation for the rest of the year. And You got to go with who's hot. And Andy Benn is the hottest pitcher in the National League right now.
It'll be Reynolds and Stottlemyre tomorrow. And then you saw the third game of this series, Wall against Andy Bennis. 2 balls and a strike to count to Pagnozzi. 7-6 Houston. It's Todd trying to regroup after a tough outing his last time out there against Florida. 3-1.
And he was a victim of the long ball, and he really pitched really a poor game, and it's because he gave up 3 home runs, and 3 of those were 2-run homers. So anytime you fall behind against the Florida Marlins with that pitching staff, it's going to be tough to come back, and that was the case for Stottlemyre in his last outing.
3-1. Pagnozzi pounds it out of play. The count goes to 3-2. Tom Pagnozzi, a key member of the Cardinal resurgence this year. A healthy Tom Pagnozzi. Right now up there with a full count. And nobody on base with 2 outs. Pagnozzi fouls another one away. You'll recall in the 5th inning when he got behind Kile 0-2 in the count and continued to battle him. Fouled pitches away, worked the count square at 2-2, and then picked up a base hit.
Yeah, there was some question whether he was going to be in the lineup. When I was in Tony Lewis's office earlier, he had filled out completely his card, starting lineup and all, but left the 7th spot open because Tom Pagnozzi got hit yesterday in the head. He took 2 foul balls off his throwing hand, so there was a question whether he was going to play today. But again, Tom Pagnozzi, being one of Tony's favorite guys, being a gamer, showed up and said he was good enough to play.
And is out on strikes on the Hernandez split finger. We are through 7. On to the 8th. 7-6 Houston.
Bruce Seldon, if I want his title, I gotta beat him. He's champion, and no one knows him. Joe Hip knows Seldon, made his face look like hamburger. Tony Tucker knows him too. Got a jab like a jackhammer. No one knows him. That's because no one wants to.
Bruce Seldon, Mike Tyson, Liberation, champion versus champion, Saturday, September 7th, live on pay-per-view from the MGM Grand.
Closeout 96 at South Shore. Your chance to make the deal of the year. Hundreds of new and used cars, trucks, vans, and sport utility vehicles on sale. Low rate financing, cash rebates, all credit applications processed. You can save thousands. Closeout 96, just a Parkway exit 25, Route 9, Marlboro.
South Shore Ford, South Shore Volvo, Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Dodge Truck, Jeep, Eagle, South Shore Auto.
So I did. I've gotten help with my golf swing, planned my next vacation. I even get stock price updates every 15 minutes. America Online puts over 100 newspapers and magazines right on my screen. I've got worldwide email, point-and-click internet access, and a great web browser. Plus, new features keep getting added. Call the toll-free number and you'll receive your free startup kit and 15 free hours to look around. It's worth a try. You'll see.
Terry Labonte continues to race toward the Winston Cup title, but next he'll have to outrun defending Miller 400 champ Rusty Wallace under the lights in Richmond. The Miller 400, Saturday at 7:30, only on ESPN.
Update from Shea. Dodgers with a slim lead in the wild card and a 1-run lead in the 9th. Hollinsworth with a ripping single that just gets through the infield. Chad Curtis going to try and beat the relay. Here he comes. Throw home, he dives in. They got a 2-run lead, and then, add insult to injury, Hollinsworth's going to try and take third. Todd Hundley throws it into left field. Hollinsworth comes all the way around on what started as a double. 8-5 Dodger lead now. They're still batting as they go to the 9th.
And that young man, part of the crowd of 32,955 in St. Louis today, watching as we head into the 8th inning with the Astros leading the Cardinals 7-6. Ricky Gutierrez, the shortstop for the Astros, leads off the 8th against Matthews. Throws him a high breaking ball. Ball 1. A couple of hits for Gutierrez in this game. 2 for 3. That's a strike. And it's 1-1.
Matthews just devastating against right-handed hitters. You can see here, look at the release point. Kind of a 3/4 release point, and when he throws that breaking ball, it starts right at you. And that's what makes it so tough, is that breaking ball starts right at you and breaks away from you. And along with a good fastball, a fastball that's in the middle or not middle 90s, lower 90s, a tough assignment from the right side of the plate.
Counts a ball and 2 strikes to Gutierrez. Stays with this one and fouls it out of play. Holding the count at 1-2.
Most when you see a breaking ball, especially on TV, most breaking balls look like they're coming from a 2 o'clock to an 8 o'clock position. And his is almost like a frisbee. It's almost from a 3 o'clock to a 9 o'clock, and that's what makes it so unusual when you don't see a breaking ball that's almost a flat going away from you. Usually you're looking at breaking balls that are going down and away, and this one's going straight away from you.
A little close here. Matthews coming in. The count goes to 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the 8th. T.J. Matthews, the 4th Cardinal pitcher. Down to 3rd, back of the bag. Long throw by Gaetti, and there's part of that defensive work Tony La Russa was talking about earlier today.
Well, one thing that usually never goes into a slump is good defense, and Gary Gaetti playing great defense for the Cardinals this year. And then showing why he's played great defense right there. Even though he thinks his arm's a little sore, he's still got enough to get it over there. And that's what you need when you play deep in the hole, to be able to throw the ball hard. He's just checking to see if his arm's right there. It's unusual for a manager to look to his infielders to see if their arms are all right. Usually he checks the pitch or not.
It's Kurt Manwaring, the Houston catcher, waving and missing. Strike 1. 1 out, bases empty. Top of the 8th inning. Manwaring sends a fly ball into left, and Willie McGee comes on to make this catch for the 2nd out. 2 up, 2 down in the 8th inning. Destination Extreme, presented by Slim Jim, due up Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. If the X Games weren't enough for you, Destination Extreme comes along. The X Games on the road. Athletes compete in various events, all the way from BMX to inline skating. That's coming up Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Two outs now in the 8th. And Xavier Hernandez hits for himself and waves through this one. Strike 1. With the bases empty and 2 gone, Hernandez, who came on to get the double play ball to end the 6th and had a 1-2-3-7. Now behind 0-2. Followed Kile and Mormon to the mound, and he takes strike 3 to retire the side. That's the 3rd strikeout for Matthews in his stretch here. We'll go into the bottom of the 8th with the Astros leading 7-6, and now we'll go to Gary Miller.
All right, thanks a lot, Dwayne. We will keep you up to date on Busch. Get back there shortly, but a momentous moment for the New York Yankees, whose lead is shriveled to 4 games. David Cone is back. He's taking them out in Oakland. We go out to Gary Thorne and Buck Martinez for the moment.
Gary, thanks very much. The first half inning has been completed as the New York Yankees were retired in order in the first, and now 33-year-old David Cone, who has not made a start, has not pitched at the major league level since May 2nd because of an aneurysm in his right arm that required a graft from the left leg to the shoulder artery of a vein. He is ready to go, Buck Martinez.
Gary, it was like a playoff atmosphere in the clubhouse before the game. Reporters surrounding David Cone's locker, and he himself knows the importance of this ball game. And as you mentioned, it's been a long time, back to May 2nd, since Cone has been on the mound.
And he is back for the New York Yankees. He made 2 appearances at the minor league level at Double-A. He probably is going to be on a 100-pitch count, although he says when he comes out in this game will depend on how he feels. And he made a point in New York yesterday to the press to say, I want it made very clear the decision to come back was mine. They, the Yankees, did not push me at all. So any idea that the Yankees have panicked in light of the slide they are in and brought him back, he says there is simply no truth to that. I'm ready to pitch.
Yeah, the doctors have tried to tell him, you know, there's no rush to this, but he said, listen, I am sound. There is nothing wrong. He didn't have anything damaged structurally to his arm or to his pitching elbow and shoulders. Everything is intact. So he, in fact, is very confident that he is safe pitching today.
Now what you got to do is get back to the major league level of pitching as Herrera has picked up the walk. We'll keep you posted on this one. The game's still going on, though, in St. Louis. Dwayne Stats and Andy Van Slyke there for you. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Gary and Buck. We'll be checking in with you fellas a bit later for that game between the Yankees and the Oakland A's. The Astros make a defensive change, and Bill Spires takes over at third base in the place of Sean Berry, and we've chronicled Berry's problems since the 3rd game of the year with that tear in the right rotator cuff, and he has toughed it out. Now Spires in here in the bottom of the 8th as Luis Alicea prepares to lead off. He's the 8th placed hitter, and the Cardinals will then go to the bench before Ozzie Smith bats, facing Xavier Hernandez, who starts Alicea with a strike.
And one of the problems is when you have that kind of a shoulder problem is you only have so many throws a game, and it looks like Berry doesn't have any throws left, and we're talking about a guy who's had 3 cortisone shots already.
Bunt by Alicea, good one, and he's aboard. Alicea put down a dandy bunt up the first base side and beat it out.
Well, it's a perfect pitcher to bunt a ball off because Xavier, he likes to keep the ball down. He likes to throw his forkball. And anytime you get a pitcher that throws a sinker or a forkball, it's a good guy to bunt off because the ball's down close to the ground. It's hard to bunt the ball in the air.
So the bunt single to lead off the bottom of the 8th. Alicea is aboard. And Matthews is lifted. He gave the Cardinals 2 good innings. Mark Sweeney and his left-handed bat will come off the Cardinal bench. So Batchelor and Matthews, a nice job in relief for the Cardinals. And here's Sweeney to hit for Matthews. Sweeney hitting .266. There goes Alicea. Boy, did he get a jump as Sweeney fouled it away.
You're right. He did get a great jump, and it's almost better if he swings and misses at this pitch because he would have stolen this base. You can see he takes a long time to deliver the ball, and it is a forkball, which is going to take even a little longer to get there. But the hit and run was on, and Sweeney actually does a good job of hitting a pretty difficult pitch.
Alicea, who bunted his way on, back at first. It's a 1-run ball game in the bottom of the 8th. Now Sweeney bunts and does so foul. Well, the Cardinals switching off. Alicea will return to first as Sweeney heads back to the plate. Gary Collins and Tony La Russa in the late stages of this one, a 1-run game.
Yeah, and you're right. This is the point in the game where the managers really get involved. Here in the National League versus the American League, you know, for the first 5 or 6 innings, you just let things play out as they will. But at this point in the game is when the managers really have a hand in what's going on. They like to play their cards, and they like to bluff each other. But you got 2 great managers, and you're not going to surprise one another today. They're just 2 prepared guys and 2 great managers.
Sweeney bunts with 2 strikes, and it's going to be a good one. The sacrifice is good. Hernandez makes the play at first. So Alicea is bunted up to second base.
And I talked about a guy who likes to throw the ball down. Look at the location. Ball going down towards the ground. A much easier ball to bunt than a ball that's rising or a hard fastball. Nice job by Sweeney. Keeps the bat out in front and lets the ball hit the bat.
Now Sweeney with 2 strikes puts down a sacrifice. And here is Ozzie Smith, the 41-year-old shortstop who homered in the 4th inning with a man on. That brought the Cardinals to within 2. They added a run in the 6th inning, and here he is with a potential tying run at second. And the first pitch from Hernandez is in there for a strike.
Even though Ozzie Smith has hit a home run, you can see the outfield, I think, maybe playing a little too deep in this situation. Ozzie Smith, with not that many extra base hits this year, and not much power, especially from the left side, they need to move in a little bit more.
He slaps it up the left side, foul. Headed for the seats.
And there's another reason. Again, Hernandez likes to throw that forkball, that sinker, and it's just a more difficult pitch to get in the air. So if Ozzie Smith gets a base hit, it's most likely going to be on the ground.
306 with men in scoring position. He has a double, a home run, and a walk today. He scored 3 runs, has 3 runs driven home. Time call. It's been a 1-run game since the 6th. We're in the bottom of the 8th. And Ozzie Smith is out on strikes. The toss down to first as he went after the pitch that broke into the dirt. 2 gone, and Alicea is still at second.
That forkball again, pitch he relies on. He's thrown it 95% of the time today so far. And you can see right there, just a tough pitch to lay off, because you actually are gearing yourself down in the strike zone. And when you do that, you got to make sure you get a pitch that's up. You really got to look up. But it's a very difficult pitch to lay off because the arm speed is the same as a fastball.
Now with 2 outs and the tying run at second, Hernandez must face Ray Langford, who has a walk and a single on the day. Collins out made a brief appearance on the mound talking with Hernandez. Well, the matchup now is Langford and Hernandez. Langford with a home run down in Houston. The last time Osborne started against the Astros against Kile, and that home run made the difference in a 1-0 ball game. Willie McGee is on deck. Langford had a 2-run triple in the Cardinals' 6-run 7th yesterday against Colorado. And the pitch is blocked by Manwaring, ball 1. Langford, career against Hernandez, just 1 of 10.
Hernandez really doesn't need to fool around. He really does need to go after Langford in this situation. Hernandez trying to be a strikeout pitcher in this situation, has a strikeout hitter at the plate.
And a line drive up the right side. That's going to be in there. Extra bases for Langford. Alicea scores to tie the game at 7 on the double by Langford. Langford ties it with the line double.
You're probably looking at the best slow hitter in the National League. You can see right there, especially down and in. Any pitch that's down and in to Langford, he just absolutely crushes, and that's where the location this pitch is. And Alicea knows he's going to score standing up, doesn't really need to run hard all the way to home.
Langford ties it. Willie McGee will not get a chance to swing the bat. He will be walked intentionally. So they'll play the percentages at least as long as the left and right-handed bats are up there. McGee, the switch hitter, will be intentionally walked, and Jordan is on deck. And there's ball 3 to McGee. Jordan will be up there with men at first and second and 2 outs.
now Terry Collins really finds himself in a pickle because Tony La Russa really is it part of the ball game where I think he's in a better position. He's got more pitchers out in the bullpen, 2 lefties and 4 righties, and Terry with no left-handers left in his bullpen really wanted Hernandez to get into the 9th, and that hasn't happened.
And now it's Jordan. Hernandez got Jordan to hit a double play ball in the 6th inning, and that got Houston out of a big jam when the Cardinals had closed it to only 1. Now it's Jordan and Hernandez again, and Jordan's numbers with men in scoring position this year, 421. First and second with 2 outs in a tie game, bottom of the 8th. And the pitch is down for a ball. 15 hits for St. Louis. They've out-hit Houston 15-11.
This is an offense that's really been struggling the last couple of weeks, but yesterday scored 15 runs, find themselves with 7 runs and 15 hits today. Maybe an offense that's starting to come around.
The 1-0. And a ground ball to second. Biggio's flip to Bagwell in time to retire the side. Cardinals pick up a run to tie. On to the 9th. Houston 7, St. Louis 7.
Looking for something?
Yeah, that dime from Sprint's long distance plan.
Having trouble finding it, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's because depending on when you call, the Sprint Cents rate isn't always a dime. It could be a quarter or 65 cents on calls to Canada.
Oh.
Try AT&T True Reach Savings. On average, most people can save more than with Sprint Cents when they spend $25 a month on calls in the U.S. Plus, you'll always save more on calls to Canada.
Wow, I found what I'm looking for.
That's your true choice, AT&T.
Aerodynamic design, ergonomic sophistication, and road tested by the world's long jump record holder. Introducing the Mike Powell XT by Fila. Now, who needs wheels?
You're not going to go home and leave this half finished, are you?
I got 6 days, Dad.
Just a reminder that Glidden Spread house paints are formulated to cover the first time so you can finish in less time.
I guess you'll be going back early then.
Thought I might stick around for a few days.
Glidden, a better way to paint.
Don't expect me to cook for you.
Fix-up can be fun with Glidden's Home Improvement Sweepstakes. You could see home improvement live, plus other great prizes. See your participating Glidden retailer for details.
ESPN's Major League Baseball is brought to you by Glidden, the company that makes the world a colorful place.
This game is tied 7-7 from St. Louis. The Astros and the Cardinals moving into the top of the 9th inning. Our game summary. The Astros, 7 runs, 11 hits. St. Louis 7 and 15, 3 runs batted in by Bagwell, a couple by Berry. Osborne gave up 7 runs in 3 1/3, and Ozzie Smith driving in 3 with a home run in the 4th inning. And now Dennis Eckersley with a record of 0-5 and 25 saves takes over in the 9th. Well, you had mentioned that the Cardinals at the end of May found themselves 22 and 29, and perhaps their low point was when Eckersley gave up those 2 home runs to the Colorado Rockies in Denver at Coors Field. Things bottomed out 10 days later. Ellis Burks jumped on him for one, and then John Vanderwall, the pinch hitter deluxe, belted one out. There's been a different story since.
Yeah, he has been a hot pitcher, and 6 of the last 7 Cardinal victories he's gotten to save them, so you know he's a hot pitcher.
Here's a good bunt by Hunter, and he is aboard. Ryan Hunter taking a page out of the playbook of Luis Alicea as Hunter puts down the bunt and reaches for the 3rd time today.
Well, Eckersley known for throwing a first pitch strike. Hunter does a great job. Deadens the ball. X got to come get it. And as soon as X got to come get it, he knows he's got a base hit. Hunter with great speed. You can see right here, the only chance he's got is barehanded. No chance at all. You can see there, great speed by Hunter again. That's one of the things that this Houston ball club really needs is that guy right there, Brian Hunter, to get on base more. It doesn't matter how he does it, whether by a bunt or base hit, because he's certainly not a guy that's going to walk a whole lot.
Well, coming into this game, they'd scored 671 runs, third best in the National League, with Hunter's on-base percentage just a shade over 300. If it were up a little better than average, it's amazing what this offense might be able to do. Now Biggio takes a strike. Biggio 0 for 3 with a walk.
We got a lot of options here. You can hit and run Eckersley. You can try to steal off from Hunter with great speed, slow to home. Biggio, you can try to go ahead and try to hit the right side. So Terry Collins really has a lot of options right here with Biggio. Maybe his best hitter at handling these situations.
And he pops up the bunt. Now Biggio is out, number 1 of the 9th inning. We'll check into the studio with Gary Miller.
Dwayne, David Cohn's first inning was an eventful one. He walked the first batter, Herrera. He struck out Tony Batista. Then he walked Jason Giambi, and he got McGuire to pop up. Wasn't too pleased with it, but he's back out there in the second. He hasn't given up a hit yet. The A's are batting in the bottom of the second in the scoreless game. Back to Bush.
We'll have all of that action coming up following our game here in St. Louis between the Astros and the Cardinals. We're tied in the 9th, 7-7. And Jeff Bagwell, who picked up Biggio in the 4th inning of this game after Biggio struck out. Bagwell followed with a base hit. Hunter takes off, and Bagwell lifts a fly ball into center field. Langford is there to make the catch, and Hunter will retrace his steps.
Yeah, unfortunately he will, because he really had that base stolen. But Bagwell is not going to take a pitch. He's just going to go up there hacking, like we said before. He's going up there, not going for a single. And he gets a huge jump. Beck doesn't have a quick move to home, and he doesn't have a very good move to first base. But Jeff Bagwell, he's not going to change his game plan, and that's to hit the ball as far as he can.
2 outs in the 9th following the leadoff bunt single by Hunter. Here's Derek Bell. Bell's single in the 7th inning. There goes Hunter. The pitch is a ball high, and Hunter is in with a steal. Stolen base number 29 for Brian Hunter.
And don't think they don't know the book on Eckersley. Again, watch the jump he gets. This, again, is a stolen base on the pitcher. Pagnassi just does not have enough time to get the ball down there and have a shot at him. When you get a good 5 strides before that pitcher has released the ball, you got no chance.
So now the Astros have the go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs in the 9th inning. And Derek Bell at the plate. A ball, no strikes. Turn, but nothing doing on Hunter at second. Cardinals tied it in the bottom of the 8th. The double by Langford scored Alicea, who had opened with a bunt. This one outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Bill Spires, who took over at 3rd in the 8th inning for Sean Berry, is on deck. Ball 3.
And you can see right there, Eckersley's not going to give in to Bell. He throws him a 2-0 slider. But with Dennis Eckersley, a slider and a fastball are really the same pitch. He has command of them both equally.
Watch the ball.
A 3-ball, no strike count to Bell. Takes the strike to run it to 3-1.
Just like I said, there it is, a 3-0 slider. Very unusual pitch to see in that situation. And as a hitter, that really toys with your mind, because now you know he can throw it at any point in the count, and now you can't sit on a pitch.
And a number down to first, picked up by Mabry, who stepped on the bag to retire the side. The Astros lead a man at second. Bottom of the ninth coming, tied 7-7.
I see a lake with a waterfall and little white caps shaped by the breeze. There's a hotel and hundreds of air-conditioned rooms.
Minibars, no doubt.
Look, a Range Rover.
Ah, yes, a 4.0 SE, and a smashing woman giving caviar to that chap.
I see an igloo.
Yes.
Introducing the Michelin X1 with a 6-year unlimited mileage tread life warranty. It has better wet traction than any rain tire, plus Michelin control in any driving condition. Because you don't just cover a lot of miles, you cover a lot of weather.
When was the last time you saw something really amazing?
That's amazing? That is amazing. Definitely amazing.
Flexon, the most flexible metal frame you've ever seen. The most comfortable frame you've ever worn. Flexon by Marchand.
We're back in St. Louis where the Astros and the Cardinals move into the bottom of the ninth inning. The Cardinals scoring a run in the 8th to tie this game at 7. And John Hudek is the new pitcher for the Astros, making his 7th appearance. He follows Xavier Hernandez.
Talked about Wagner being out. Terry Collins with only one left-hander in the bullpen. And John Mabry coming to play. I'm sure we would see Wagner starting off the 9th right here. Really the hottest pitcher before he went down with an injury to his arm. So Hudak really has to pick up the slack for a guy like Wagner.
Wagner with that groin injury, and they didn't want to chance that. Action earlier in the year. The heroics from the young left-hander as he got Bonds, Barry Bonds, and Matt Williams back-to-back in the Astrodome against the Giants. Got him with the bases loaded to take care of business. He's not available to the Astros for a few more days because he's on the disabled list. So Terry Collins goes with John Hudek, recently activated. Kyle, Mormon, Hernandez, and Hudek. Mabry will open the 9th inning for St. Louis with Gaetti and Pagnazzi slated to follow. Mabry singled in the 3rd inning, but was thrown out trying to go to second on the play. Would have been a big play in the grand scheme of this game. Strike one.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game it is the biggest play and the biggest misplay. John should have known the outs, 1st and 3rd with 1 out instead of a run scoring possibility. Found themselves with 2 outs and man on 3rd.
Outside. Count is 1-1. Foul ball out of play as Mabry reached 1 and 2. Hudek says he's still not 100%, but he's close enough.
And every time he takes the mound, he'll get a little bit healthier, a little bit stronger. So, like you said, even though he's not quite back, he's good enough to help this ball club.
And he strikes out Mabry. 1 out in the 9th.
Well, the book on Mabry, if you got a good fastball, go ahead and throw it and challenge him. You can see the location of that pitch. Bell high right down the middle. Mabry still not able to catch up with it.
Mabry the first out in the Cardinal 9th. Here's the veteran 3rd baseman, Gary Gaetti. Thrown away at ball 1.
Now this is a hitter that can't catch up to the fastball, so you really got to be careful in locating it. Hudek looks like he's thrown relatively close to where he was before he got injured. So he's probably rushing up there around 90, 91 miles an hour.
That's a strike, so the count is 1-1. He was quite a story in '94, Hudek, starting the year in the minor leagues and making the All-Star team. 2 balls and a strike. And he's been one of a number of pitchers trying to remain healthy out of that Houston bullpen. Going to scramble for the Astros. The 2-1. That squares the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just off the plate as Gaetti takes ball 3, and the count is full. Kyle, Mormon, Hernandez worked 2 2/3, gave up a run. Now Hudek. And a liner into left. That ball will be caught. Mouton had to go to one knee to grab it.
Well, that's the toughest play for any outfielder. Line drive right at you, especially one that has that much topspin. If you watch here again, guy that gets a fastball, great fastball hitter. He doesn't miss too many. You can see here he's a little bit fooled on the play, but that has so much topspin on it. The ball really gets down really quick, especially with a guy like Gaetti who uses his top hand so well.
Here's Tom Pagnozzi. Pagnozzi had a base hit in the 5th inning, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 2nd. He's late, strike 1. Pagnozzi hitting .271. He's hit 11 home runs this year. That is a career high in a single season for the Cardinal catcher. Base is empty, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. 1 ball and 1 strike. Low and away. What we've had is another one of these games between the Cardinals and the Astros that a hit here or there could have made the difference in the game. Unlike last year when the Astros were dominated by the Cincinnati Reds, the Astros finished 2nd, 9 games behind the Reds, and lost 12 out of 13 games to Cincinnati. And they were out a lot of those games against Cincinnati. That has not been the case against the Cardinals. 3-1 the count. Pagnozzi up against Hudek.
Well, we're at the point in the season where we start separating the men from the boys and the pretenders from the contenders, a lot like a marathon race. For the first 20 miles, runners are just positioning themselves for that last 6 miles, and I think you find the case with these 2 clubs, finding themselves really in the last 6 miles of a marathon, and find out who's going to be separated from the men from the boys.
3-2 as Pagnozzi leaves a fly ball into right. Bell is there, and this game is headed into extra innings. Through 9, we are tied. Cardinals 7 and the Astros 7.
Perhaps even more impressive than pure, unbridled power is the ability to harness it. Sierra by GMC, putting you comfortably in command.
Ray and I set up shop here in the 60s. The man doesn't have a lazy bone in his body. Some time ago, his hands began bothering him. He'd go about his business, but was taking a lot of pills. So our doctor said to try Aleve.
You know, I could take just 2 Aleve all day. It says so on the label.
With Advil, you were taking 4.
With Tylenol, it was 6.
Just 2 Aleves is all he takes. What could be easier? Ray's in every day except Sunday.
Gotta get my fishing in sometime.
Aleve, all day strong, all day long.
They'll never get the copier fixed before the meeting.
It's handled.
If your office equipment ever breaks down, no matter where you are in the business world, remember, nobody responds like Danka. Only Willie Danka offers copiers, fax machines, and digital systems with this world-class commitment to service.
How'd you get here so fast?
I took a few shortcuts.
Danka, world-class products, world-class service.
Astros and the Cardinals move into extra innings from St. Louis, headed into the 10th inning. This live view courtesy of the Bud 1 airship, which has been seen by millions since beginning its ongoing Goodwill Tour in 1992. This Bud's for you. New pitcher for the Cardinals as we swing into the 10th inning. Eckersley working just the 1 inning, giving up 1 hit. And Tony Fosses, veteran left-hander, takes over. The numbers on Fosses for the year: 0-4. 35 hits in just under 41 innings, 31 strikeouts and 17 walks.
And again, a lot like the bullpen of the Cardinals, coming on strong this past month in August, and really has done a great job, especially against left-handed pitching in the month of August.
Now the Astros will go to their bench here with Will Spires do, and Orlando Miller will pinch hit against Fosses. The pitch is down and in, ball 1. So Spires, who came on in the 8th to play third for Barry, 13 home runs, and one of those came against the Cardinals in Houston in the 9th inning to win the game 3-1. Off the end of the bat, back foul, strike 1. Bell made the final out in the 9th inning. So the Killer Bees today 3 for 14. Those 3 runs batted in belonged to Bagwell, and that's been the key to the Cardinal dominance in this season series over Houston. Miller under this one, lifts it. Alicea from second into short center for it, and he makes the grab.
Well, one of the reasons is the fact that this Cardinal ball club really has high quality right-handed pitching, and anytime you can face a team that's dependent on right-handed hitting, you got great right-handed pitching like the Cardinals do with Bennis and Eckersley coming out of bullpen, Andy Bennis right there, Alan Bennis. You got Eckersley, and you also got Matthews, who's really been the biggest surprise for the Cardinals. It's just a tough assignment. Every one of these guys got a great slider with great location, and they keep it away from these big, strong guys, and that's why they've been successful.
James Mouton against Fosses. The first pitch is in for a strike. This is the 6th Cardinal pitcher. He's fouled into the screen. With the expanded roster, they have some added maneuverability. So they still have Alan Bennis, Ludwig in the bullpen, and Honeycutt.
And Tony La Russa does not want to use Honeycutt. He's used him 4 days in a row. He's got 5 innings in those 4 days, and really would like to give him a blow today during the game. But if he needs him, I'm sure Honeycutt will take the ball. I mean, it was pretty amazing yesterday. The Cardinals had a 15-6 lead in the 8th and 9th inning, or actually in the 9th inning, and Honeycutt goes out there, and he was practically playing catch with the catcher. I guarantee he didn't throw a ball over 70 miles an hour, yet still effective. And when you're 42 years old and you pitch 4 days in a row, you got to know what you're doing, and he obviously does.
There is strike 3 call. Mouton called out on strikes, and that's out number 2.
Well, here's the big breaking ball he depends on. It looks like it's out of the strike zone, but again, breaks on the outside corner, and just a nice quality pitch by Ray Fosses.
Here's Ricky Gutierrez. Gutierrez 2 out of 4 and was retired in the 8th on a fine play down at third by Gaetti. 1 ball, no strikes. Gaetti went behind the bag to get him, and there's Gaetti as he guards that line a bit here in extra innings. Gutierrez ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. The Astros, led by Jeff Bagwell, Up by a game and a half on the Cardinals in the Central Division of the National League. That picks up the corner. 2-1. Fly ball right side. Here comes Jordan. That's going to be in there for a base hit and bounces into the seats for a pair. Gutierrez picks up his 3rd hit of the day. This one a ground rule double.
Well, we've seen 3 jam shots today, and this is another one. Another quality pitch by Foster. He just fights the ball off, and it's because the ball was just high enough. If that ball's down, he doesn't have a chance, but you can't cover them all, and Jordan right here realizes he's got no chance. Tries to protect from a double. The ball bounces into the stands.
So Gutierrez is at second on this ground rule double. Tony La Russa is out talking with the plate umpire as Dave Duncan heads toward the mound. Action in the bullpen, and the Cardinals are going to make the switch right here, and they want Bennis. So Alan Bennis will be called in. We'll be back in a moment.
When was the last time you saw something really amazing?
That's amazing. That is amazing. Definitely amazing.
Flexon, the most flexible metal frame you've ever seen. The most comfortable frame you've ever worn. Flexon by Marchand.
It's a game with unmatched history.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Filled with great players and great moments. Now, Sports Illustrated brings you SI's exclusive classic baseball collection. You'll get the extraordinary 2-video box set, The History of Baseball, and the classic baseball cap of your choice, both free with your paid subscription to SI. Choose your cap from any of 4 historic teams. The Brooklyn Dodgers of 1955, the 1951 New York Giants, the 1975 Boston Red Sox, or the legendary New York Yankees. Call now and get SI's classic baseball collection free when you order 54 issues of SI for only $1.48 an issue. Save over 55% off the cover price. Use your credit card. Don't miss out on the classic baseball collection from Sports Illustrated. Get into it.
Natural ability only takes you so far. The right equipment counts for a lot. That's why I like Pert Plus. It gets the job done right. Cleans and conditions in one step. No fuss. Eventually, we all cross the finish. Winners just find a better way to get there.
A reminder, after our game in Busch, we'll take it to Oakland. David Cohn's return has been going great. Second straight 3-up, 3-down inning. He strikes out Jose Herrera. It's his 3rd strikeout. He's yet to give up a hit on 37 pitches. Back to you, Dwayne.
Well, thanks, Gary. Here in St. Louis, the Astros and the Cardinals are tied 7-7 in the top of the 10th. A ground rule 2-out double by Ricky Gutierrez has prompted the pitching change, and a double switch is made by Tony La Russa. Alan Bennis comes on to make his debut from the bullpen at the major league level. 28 starts, 12-8 this year for the Cardinals. He's had a great year and comes out of the bullpen. The 7th Cardinal pitcher of this game. Andy Schaefer enters the game along with him, and Schaefer takes over at 3rd. He will go into the 9th spot due to hit 2nd in the bottom of this inning. Gaetti out of there, and Bennis inserted into the spot vacated by Gaetti. Now Kirk Manwaring due to hit, but he's going to be lifted as the wheels continue to turn. Tony Eusebio, and he will be intentionally walked. So the wheels continue to turn. Derek May on deck. The 9th spot due next.
Yeah, this is an interesting move by Tony La Russa. Put Eusebio at first base. Would a left-handed hitter coming to the plate facing Alan Bennis. I mean, this is something you don't see every day. But Tony must have something he knows about Derek May in this situation.
So the Astros will go to the bench for the pinch hitter May. 2 men on with 2 men out. All of this after the first 2 men had been retired. They spent some time on the disabled list earlier this year with a bad hamstring. And he fouls this one. Strike 1. Eric May batting with 2 men on and 2 men out. He's had a little bit of a stomach pull muscle, May has, and he's not exactly 100%. He fouls another one back. 2 strikes to count. For the year, he's hitting .304 off the bench.
Well, based on those first 2 swings, you can tell that maybe he isn't healthy because both those pitches jammed him. And if he hits that square on the baseball bat, that baseball bat might be in 2 pieces right now.
And he's out on strikes. So Bennett strikes him out. The Astros do not score, and they leave 2. Bottom of the 10th coming, 7-7 tie.
If it's Saturday night, it's steak night. That's just the way it's always been.
And I always use my favorite steak sauce.
It's tradition.
Excuse me?
What? Yeah, sometimes I'm in the mood for something different.
Something rich, robust,
something zesty,
hearty.
delicious.
It's there, and it's great.
A steak sauce for me? Are you serious?
Can you do that?
Yeah, all right.
New A1 Thick and Hearty. Steak has never been done like this before.
At Glidden, we know how hard it can be to find time to paint. That's why spread satin is formulated to cover the first time, so you can finish in less time. Glidden, a better way to paint.
Fix Up can be fun with Glidden's Home Improvement Sweepstakes. You could see home improvement live, plus other great prizes. See your participating Glidden retailer for details.
What's with young players these days? Take Kevin Garnett.
I was out of my league.
I got to help this guy. He was shaving with a phone. My word. Hey, Ed Shave Gel has 6 lubricants, so it protects better than a phone.
Nobody told me.
No. Front to back. Front to back.
Ed Shave Gel. Save your skin.
I think it changed his life.
A 7-7 tie. Changes for the Astros as the Cardinals prepare to come into bat in the bottom of the 10th inning. Dudek lifted for the pinch hitter. Doug Brocail takes over on the mound. Their 5th pitcher. He's 1-4, making his 18th appearance with a .466 earned run average. The rest of the numbers on the Houston right-hander: 45 hits in just over 46 innings, 19 walks and 32 strikeouts. Tony Eusebio, pinch hitting and drawing the intentional walk in the top of the inning, takes over behind the plate. And Orlando Miller is now at 3rd base after pinch hitting in the top of the 10th. So Miller is at 3rd. Luis Alicea will open the bottom of the 10th inning. He opened the 8th and bunted his way on and eventually scored the tying run. And the first pitch this time is upstairs, ball 1. 1 inning for Dudek. He picked up a strikeout, 1 perfect inning. Too high. 2-0.
And because of that bump by Alicea, he finds the infield plane in a little bit, and that's going to open up some holes for him.
Looks to the strike. 2 balls to the strike now. Miller, Gutierrez on the left side. Biggio, Bagwell right side of that Houston infield. Mouton, Hunter, and Bell in the outfield with Eusebio now catching. Alicea takes ball 3. It's 3-1. And there's ball 4. Alicea draws the walk. Well, they've had some unlikely heroes offensively today as pitcher Donovan Osborne jammed, doubled up the left field line in the second inning when they picked up a couple runs and eventually tied the game at that point. And a couple innings later, Ozzie Smith connected, belting a home run from the left side of the plate.
Now check out the little stutter step. Well, we didn't get a chance to see it, but Ozzie Smith actually gave a little stutter step at second base, like he's been a guy who's hitting home runs at a rapid pace this year.
Well, 2 from the left side for Ozzie is a rapid pace.
It is a rapid pace. You're exactly right.
Andy Schaefer, 247 on the year, hits now for the first time in this game, occupying the 9th spot. They want to move Alicea up to second base. Darryl Kile holding the ball to see if he can discern anything out there. 7-7 tie. Neither team has been particularly effective in extra innings. There's the bunt. Bagwell to second out there, and no throw back to first. Bagwell came charging and made the play back to second base.
Yeah, it's a big play for 2 reasons. Not only you lose a guy at second base, but you lose some speed. If Alicea, it's better for him to actually bunt the ball up in the air because Alicea's got more speed than Schaefer. But you can see here, he actually jabs at the ball. Instead of just holding the bat out there and let the ball hit the bat, he jabs at it, and Bagwell, having the experience at first base, knows that the ball is bunted hard and has a chance to get Alicea.
Now Bagwell with a nice play on the throw back to Gutierrez. And here is Ozzie Smith. Pitch is too high, ball 1.
Anytime you're bunting a ball, you don't want your hands going forward. If anything, you want your hands coming back to you. But you can see right there, Danny Schaefer, he was actually, the ball was going forward, and that's what produced such a hard bunt.
A time called with the Cardinals asking for time, and they want a pinch runner. And they're going to get Mejia. He will run for Schaefer. Miguel Mejia comes off the bench to pinch run. So the Cardinals, with Schaefer over there, wanted more speed.
And now you have an opportunity to score on an extra base hit from first base with Mejia. Not the case with Schaefer at first base.
Ozzie Smith pops it up, foul ball near the stands. Bagwell's over there, but no room.
You know, Ozzie Smith showing all that power today. Now it's become a threat to hit a double in this situation.
Only double in the first and homered in the 4th. So both his hits have been for extra bases today. Now hitting .290. 4 out of 8 in his career against the Houston right-hander. There goes the runner. The pitch is a ball, and the throw is not in time. The Cardinals steal second base.
It just looks like Propelling actually forgot about him over there at first base, but Mejia's got great speed. 21-year-old prospect, Rule 5 guy for the Cardinals. Had to keep him this year. Basically been a pitch runner for him. You can see here he steals his base, not only on the pitcher, but on the catcher. Great speed.
He represents the winning run. Ozzie, a ground ball that goes through. Mouton with a pickup. Here's the throw to the plate, and Mejia is out at the plate. Mouton throws him out. The ball just got by Gutierrez, and Mouton came charging and throws out Mejia at the plate. That's the second out of the inning.
Well, just an absolute great play by Mouton, and he knows that the game's on the line in this situation. He throws the ball all the way home, which is the right play. You can't worry about hitting the cutoff man in this situation. And because Ozzie Smith was the hitter, you can play in on the left side of the field, especially in the outfield. Go ahead and play in. Make him hit the ball over your head. And the hesitation by Mejia really cost him the winning run right here.
And a nice job. I don't know if we could see it. Eusebio did not commit himself at all. Matter of fact, he was a little bit of a decoy at the plate for the runner Mejia.
He made sure he caught the ball first and then went ahead and blocked the plate with that left leg. And that is the key, not to make sure you go ahead and swipe it, catch the ball first, and if you have a chance to block it, go ahead and do it. Textbook right there by Eusebio.
And now the intentional walk being issued to Ray Langford. Ozzie Smith, after the base hit, wound up at second on the throw to the plate. So with first base open, Langford, who tied the game with a double in the 8th inning, will not get a chance to swing the bat in the 10th. But Willie McGee is on deck, and he's already been a nemesis today. So Langford goes to first, and we'll check in with Gary Miller.
Dwayne, quick update from Oakland. David Cone continues to cruise along. Strikes out Geronimo Baroja. He has a no-hitter through 4, 49 pitches, 4 strikeouts. We'll get there next, but we've got a lot to resolve in Busch.
Here in St. Louis, Harry Collins sending Brent Strom, his pitching coach, to the mound, who had a few words with his right-hander. Willie McGee is going to be the hitter for the Cardinals. He has been on base 4 times today, 3 hits. The last time he was intentionally walked. Ozzie Smith's at second. This is the run that counts.
And a base hit right here would really make up for that misplay back in the 1st inning.
Roqueo's pitch, and McGee fouls it out of play.
You know, Willie, he would really love to atone for that mistake. You know, if you looked up team player in the dictionary, his pitcher would be right next to it. Just a great just a great team player.
6 of 11 lifetime against Roqueo. Blocked by Eusebio. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals with 16 hits today. This on the heels of their 15 runs yesterday against Colorado. Smith and Langford, the runners at second and first. They're aboard with 2 outs. Down again. 2 balls and a strike. Cardinals tied it with a run in the 8th. They threaten to win it. They'll have to do it with 2 outs in the 10th. Mejia cut down at the plate for the 2nd out of the inning. The 2-1, and McGee chopped it up the middle. It's going to go through, a base hit. And the Cardinals will win this one. The throw to the plate. Ozzie Smith is safe. Ozzie Smith scores on the base hit by McGee, and the Cardinals win 8-7.
We talked about Willie McGee's misplay in left field in the 1st inning that cost the Cardinals 3 runs. Typical base hit by Willie McGee. Hopper up the middle. Ozzie Smith. This combination's been working for a very long time, and I'm sure the people here in St. Louis are glad that it's working again.
A base hit by Willie McGee, driving in his 3rd run of the day, chasing home Ozzie Smith. And the Cardinals close to within 1/2 game of the Houston Astros as they defeat Houston in 10 innings today before a crowd of 32,955. The final score, the Cardinals 8 and the Astros 7. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Andy Van Slyke, I'm Dwayne Stapp saying so long from St. Louis. Now let's join our colleagues Gary Thorne and Buck Martinez.